Hello and welcome, traders. Welcome, friends, one and all. It's your host. This is the Living Legacy Group channel. We are live today. We're going to be live every day, every Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We'll be trading on the Pocket Options MetaTrader 5 platform. And we will be doing our technical analysis with TradingView, and we will be getting all of our insight and our information from a YouTube channel called Trader TV Live. And these guys are out of Canada. They are really doing good as in teaching and having something live on YouTube that you can follow every day. That's what it takes in when it comes to trading. Okay, so you can sit down. It's just like going to college. You can sit down and learn it all, but until you take that skill and apply it, it really is rendered useless. So thanks for joining me today. Remember to share, like, subscribe. And we're going to go right to the charts. We expected, let me scroll that up. Where's the charts at? There it is. Okay. So we got what we expected yesterday. We made this trade here, and then we made the mistake of closing out a couple trades because it was making our account bleed. So we survived another night, and we can see here that the price of Bitcoin has gone up to 42,860, and we're looking for a swing to the upside to because of the change of the year. I think the whole market is going to be looking for a swing to the upside. So we are starting off on a good day. We're going to be great next year. We won't be taking a break because Bitcoin, it runs 24/7, 365. So in the interim, I will be doing trades probably at the same time between 8 and 4, but I will let the charts run. I might not be on live with you on the screen, but I will be letting the charts run live for you if you decide that you want to follow along and really profit from what's coming around the corner. This cryptocurrency thing. Let me put myself back up here so I can join you guys. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Hey. So yeah, this crypto thing, it's for real. It's alive and it's kicking, and it's going to be the next wave of financial freedom for certain people. So that's why I'm here to help you learn about the cryptocurrencies, to understand them, understand what the use and what it is. A lot of people are still skeptical on what it really is, but when you really find out, it's no different than holding a currency, or say, okay, for example, if you travel say to Europe, if you've already been there and you've exchanged some of your US dollars, why not, if you didn't spend it all, why not hold it so that way when you go back to Europe, you'll have your currency. And once you get to Europe, you got to convert the currency into the dollar, because some countries don't even like the dollar. So you have to convert it before you even go over there. So a lot of these countries are adapting to Bitcoin as the global currency of the future. And I made a mistake yesterday in trying to explain the Bitcoin halving. And so I want to clarify that later on in the as the day goes on, and I will make sure that I put that stream out on Facebook because I definitely want my family involved. I want them to be knowledgeable on what they are actually hearing, because there is a lot of FOMO and there is a lot of positivity, but people really that are on the fence, it doesn't take much. What I teach here at the Living Legacy Group Company is my this is a company, so this is uh, how I get people involved in first. It's a network marketing company, so first I get you to learn about it. I get you invested into a crypto IRA. And when you make your contributions to your crypto IRA, I'm going to teach you how to then start trading some of the coins, because once you put the coins into the IRA, you can only buy and sell. You can't scalp. I'm a day trade. I'm a day scalper. So that means when there's big moves or little moves, you can see from this little move, it went up to about $2.50 to $1. So I'm looking for this thing to at least hit 45,000, the coin itself, and that should put me about 20, maybe $30 per trade in profit. So we'll go into depth on that. I do want to pull up Trader TV live to see if they are on yet, and I don't know. Let's hit the live button. Nope, they're not on yet. So we'll that's just a replay. I don't want to replay. So we'll wait for those guys to pop up on the screen, and we'll follow through. We'll be looking at some different coins or recommendations that they have. If you like their recommendations, you're more than welcome to follow through. I wanted to check and see if some of those recommendations were available on the Pocket Options platform. Some of those might not be available on the Pocket Options platform, but still, like the indices, you can still get into the dollar index. You can still get into the S&P 500, so we can still monitor those types of things. They were talking about my favorite, Navient. I think if I profit from the Bitcoin, I'm going to leave a share going, but then I'm going to get a piece of Navient, and that is, where'd it go? I know it was on here. Oh, it's not going to be available. Here it is, right there. So we can switch to the screen, but it's not going to be available. Oh, wow. Really? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at, I thought it said 420 because we're waiting for that stock to reach 500. So that's going to be probably one of the stocks they're going to be talking about. They're going to be mentioning a whole gamut of information. That's why I like to run it live, so that way you don't get caught in buying a course and the person who's teaching the course is only on for 30 minutes a day. I wonder how I can do that. So it gave me a encoding warning. See, it says non-trading time will be available in 1 hour and 25 minutes. So we'll wait for those stocks and things to open on the market. So just sit back and relax, and we'll get started pretty soon here. Thanks again for joining, and we'll see you once the show starts. And that might be around 9 o'clock. So, welcome back, and I am going to. I figured since we're going to wait for these guys to get online, that we would actually get started. What I'll be doing is I'm so transparent that I got my coffee and I got my Pop Tart, and we'll go through some of the things that I'll be teaching from this material. This is the Trading Bible. I suggest you go online, search Google. It's free. Just type in the trading or the I keep saying trading, the Candlestick Trading Bible, and in this everything you need to know as in all of the candlesticks and what they actually mean here on the chart. We'll explain all these. We can follow through together, and we can start the new year off right. So you'll know exactly what these guys are talking about when it comes to them discussing things on the Trader TV Live. So what I'll do is I'll probably start this I think about 1 o'clock would be good after lunch. And by that time, everybody will have um, their copy, and we can follow along through together from the introduction all the way to the end. So this tells you everything. And I'll have it blown up, like this. So that way everybody sees what we're looking at. So we'll be doing that today. What else will we be doing? We'll be following, like we said, we'll be following these guys on Trader TV Live. Let's see, Bitcoin is coming back down. That's okay. It'll pump itself back up, I believe. One thing in this industry, you gotta have faith. Because if you don't have faith, man, it's just you might as well give it up. Okay, here we go.
It's the final trading day of 2023. It's Friday, December 29th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. It's crazy. Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a pretty impressive year right across the board for this is the Qs, but the Nasdaq in general, right at the highs. We're at all-time highs. The S&P creeping back towards that all-time high. Look at this move, even just from the October lows. Like just from the October lows, this market has done nothing but go straight to the upside right across the board. If you zoom out even further, you get a little better idea of, the year started way down here. The Qs were $260 when the year started. 261, 262, thereabouts. If it was January 2nd again and someone said, just buy the Qs and just hold it until the end of the year and you'll probably do better than most.
You would have done really well.
It's impressive. But yeah, here we are. Last trading day of the year.
Yeah, it was a good year.
Yeah.
For the exception of that, that period between mid-July to mid-October when we were selling off hard. But yeah, those were buying opportunities. Seasonality really did come into full effect again this year in the later part of summer, early part of fall. Hey man, 57% on the NDX. No complaints here, Brenda.
Yeah, it's unreal. AI, obviously the main topic of the year as far as what has led strength-wise. We'll touch on some tech names obviously coming up. Just to recap, if you missed it yesterday, this was what happened across the board. Pretty flat. As I said, NASDAQ down a little, S&P up a little, Dow and Russell pretty much flat on the day. Futures today, all green, but not huge numbers to say the least. Yeah, a few things to discuss moving around as far as individual names are concerned. We'll get into that coming up. But Neil is off, enjoying a long, extended holiday weekend going into the new year. Obi in for Neil. It's good to be back. Good to be back with both Sean and Obi today. Good morning, guys.
Morning. Morning, Brendo. Good morning. Welcome back, Brendan. Hope Neil has a great holiday today, but it's going to be a good day. Why not? Yeah. Heading into
last day of the year?
Yeah.
Be sold.
What a fantastic year.
Oh boy.
I mean, oh boy. Yeah, there we go. We already have the line. The oh boy is already out.
I'm just imagining where we were January.
What are we going to do today?
December. I have no idea. We were pretty flat yesterday.
Welcome.
Spy.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Glad to be here with Obi today. It should be another great day. There's a couple names moving around. Crypto moving around. Shout out to Nimit. He said crypto's probably in play today. You're right. I actually have. And this sticky note is going out, and it's a name that I was long, and I'm not anymore. It's going to be Hut 8. I like Hut 8 today. I feel like there's a good opportunity there with some news about the Celsius network. I like it. I feel like it can get going here. It's actually starting to go right now. It was just at $16. Well, I mean,
hey, you want to get yourself a notebook
and whatnot, but
write
here we
some
go.
stuff
Let's see if
down.
we can get this going upside a little bit here for Hut 8 again today.
If you'd like to see some
but yeah,
pairs,
no, the
just let
market
me know
went
in the
wild.
chat.
We are going to have the podcast tonight. Make sure you watch that tomorrow morning. It was well received last week. That should be a lot of fun there with me and Brendo. And then, yeah, I just feel like, you know what? Energy, pretty depressed right now. There could be some trades there. But yeah, NASDAQ. You know, another name here that's going to be on the sticky note. I'm just working on it. The sticky note's done. I just got to get it out. AMD, I feel like could really, if there's going to be names to look at today, I feel like AMD and ARM. Stay with the names. You mentioned something, the only name that's doing Arval.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to explain what Arval is? First of all?
Just relative volume. It's doing a little bit more. Well, a bit more than it normally does. Fisker is doing
Fisker
over
is
like
the only one, it
25x
seems like, yeah.
Arval in the pre-market. So
Yeah, so
got that one to
Fisker,
watch.
yeah, so the reason why we talk about that quickly, it's going to be on the watch list. Make sure you grab that watchlist.tradertv.live. I see you have it up, I have it up, we all have it up. Can't we all just be friends? You know, but if everyone checks that out, there are going to be names on there, and that's the thing. It's all about preparation, and I feel like preparation on days like today is what really makes the difference between, you know, sort of a rookie trader and a more veteran one, and that can also help with your confidence. You know, because if you're going to sit there and trade a name that's not really moving around too much, don't expect too much.
Yeah.
You know, you have to go in with some expectations, and that's why we talk about relative volume. We expect Fisker to be on the move a little bit today. There's news, we'll talk about the deliveries, and like I said, it's on the watch list. Look for names that are moving around. That's why I shout out Nimit and some of you other traders in there that are looking at crypto, saying, I bet you crypto is going to be on the watch list. Someone even said, Fisker, on the sticky note, Fisker is going to be on the, and you're right. It's both those names. So I'm just glad that the community is subscribing to the watch list, checking out the sticky note. I know, hold up what you have there, my friend. There we go. And then we've even talked about it too. Neil's got sticky notes. He's got his little iPad sticky note there. Yep. And I just think it's all about preparation. And that continues to be the case every single day. Because you got to hit the key. If you're going to sit here and trade, you got to hit the keys. And if you're going to hit the keys, you better have a reason to do that. Yeah. So that's why we're sitting here ready to get all prepared up and everything. I had a great night. Wife and daughter were away. So me and my son, we played some, I think it's called Super Mario. It's the new Mario. It's like a Mario Wonder, I think it's called. Huh, it's on the Switch. It's really fun. It was really cool. Pretty easy game to play with. He's 11, so he thought it was really easy. Then we played some FNAF Friday, Five Nights at Freddy's. He's downloaded some game called Security Breach. Man, don't jump scare me like they do in FNAF. I don't even know what the hell FNAF is. Now I'm using it all the time. Like my kid, like now, I used to call it Five Nights at Freddy's, or no, Friday Night at Freddy's, but it's called Five. Anyways, it's a stupid video game. I don't know if anybody knows about it, but
I have no idea. What's it about? It's like a quick.
It's like, you ever heard of Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah.
So it's like animatronics that have gone bad.
Okay, and so you're fighting.
Yeah. So basically, it's like you go into this old Pizza Hut, basically like a pizza. It's like a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
And it's closed down. It's run down. But then there's these animatronics that are like kind of your friends, but kind of not. And you have like little missions that you have to complete. Okay. And then all of a sudden, like one will just show up behind you and like scare you or whatever. Right. And those are like those jump scares. So I think
sounds fun.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's fun. He likes it. Anyways, all right, it's let's go back over, talk about stocks, and I'll get the sticky note posted.
All right. We were just talking about that Leave the World Behind movie. It's Sharif's halfway through it and a little surprised at this point, but trust me, it'll all make sense.
All right.
It's very good. All right. Let's touch on a few things here as far as what is happening so far today. Sean, you were mentioning, we're going to record the podcast tonight. That'll be available tomorrow. Best week by far, by the way, Sean, so far last week for the podcast. So thank you all, by the way. Make sure you subscribe to that and come join us Saturday mornings at 9:30. We saw this earlier, Tesla on watch once again this morning. Looks like they're narrowing down their search for manufacturing facility in India. They have a city located, apparently, and some property located, so that's underway. Lyft and Uber on watch this morning. Yeah, one of the best performing S&P 500 stocks so far this year is Uber.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit surprised by that, but obviously went into the S&P 500 going back a couple of weeks ago. We had yields back to the upside ever so slightly this morning. I mean, it's been a quiet week, so there's not a heck of a lot as far as economic data to point to today. We are going to get a Chicago PMI reading coming up at 9:45 this morning. If you're hearing that for the first time, it's Purchasing Managers Index. Just a reading on, in the manufacturing industry, how much purchasing managers are buying to make stuff that we buy. So it's kind of boring.
Well, it's input costs are
Yeah.
always a factor, especially for goods providing companies. Keep an eye on that. We had a couple of bond auctions yesterday and the day prior. Brendo, the 5-year, the 7-year. The 5-year was quite market moving. People watching will recall that. Yeah, not too much to report. I just want to see if this rally is going to continue into next year. We know what happened January 3rd, 2023. It was the beginning of one of the biggest moves up I've personally seen in my short time here watching these markets, Brenda.
Yeah, as far as Tesla is concerned, it's been, it was pretty weak over the past couple of days here. Hanging on to the bottom end of the range, I guess, this morning. A little bit positive on the day. I mean, there's not a heck of a lot moving around so far this morning, guys, but Tesla a bit of a laggard so far the past couple of days here.
Yeah, yesterday we didn't have, just working on this sticky note, of course. Yesterday on Tesla, we didn't have, I've told you, Fabian, I can't hear Brendo or anybody right now. It's just really super choppy, so I turned it off. But Tesla right now, look, yesterday, I don't know what happened there, Brendan. Yesterday to Tesla, honestly, we were talking about it. There was that Xiaomi car that was released. They're not making money on it. It's $125,000. Thing is, there's all these real cool sports cars and all that kind of stuff that are now coming out. That's always been the case with cars. New models, new ideas. I just don't know if anybody's going to be coming at the king the way people think they are. Tesla still is a great name and a great stock to own. And we've talked about that over and over again, even with Kevin O'Leary and some of the guests that we've had on. Even people that aren't necessarily bullish on the EV space still understand that Tesla is one of, if not the only, U.S. car company that is actually making money on electric cars, that actually has a margin. But the thing is, yesterday when it falls pretty good. There were some rumors that maybe Elon was selling for some reason. I'm not 100% sure, but that's where his wealth is generated from. So if he's selling, I mean, that would cause even the rumor of that happening. We saw Tesla go downside when he was acquiring X, and then that's another story of the last couple of years too, is basically the takeover of Twitter. I mean, there's a lot to talk about that happened in 2023. I mean, we had the 16th largest bank disappear at the drop of a hat, basically. All right, so Tesla continues to make a move down, but you know what? We weren't even bought up at the end of the day. Normally, I'd like to see this kind of a move happen and then close somewhere near there. But then we closed on the lows for Tesla. So I think Tesla is probably a short at these levels. I mean, it's getting a nice little bump up here. I yesterday shorted this breakdown of 256, and we had this move. It was a great move, and we never got back into it to try to bust along. So it's up 0.38. Yesterday's drop, until I can find out exactly why, I'm looking to probably short in and around here, 256, 257 area if we get going again. But it's still, Nice downside move. You could see we're not going to get to that 280. I thought there was a chance at 280. The highest we got to was 265. Not horrible. But Obi, we weren't even in the middle of the month. We were down here at 230. So it's had quite a nice move up. Surprising that it's falling down here into the end of the year. But that 260, I think, is still going to be key. You know, we had that 260 long the other day, which was a monster break. And it was my best trade of the day. We made this trade at like 931, and it was my top stock. I was out of it like at 940 or something like that. It was a top stock all day. So Tesla's going to give us a lot of opportunities. I just like this short in here somewhere. This is, again, a 20-minute chart. We have the 200 period moving average right where we said we'd like to short it. So 256, 257, and then if you're wrong, maybe we just get out at 258 and call it a day. But Tesla's actually not on my radar today. It's the other name. It's going to be Fisker, and we're going to talk about that. We do have Michael Noss coming up. Maybe we can ask him about, I know you guys have a lot of topics going on, but maybe Tesla would be something that he could look at as well, because I feel like that's a name that a lot of traders yesterday were like, oh my God, Tesla's falling down, and we did really well on it. We only made one trade. We shorted that it was either 255 or 256, played the momentum to the downside, and it was a mover in the afternoon. So I think Tesla has a chance to go down even further today.
Yeah, I like the sell on Tesla yesterday. I was just watching it. If there was a name to sell, it was Tesla. But before I talk about Tesla, I just want to shout out D. Westermeyer in the chat. What's up, man? Saying one word before I leave for the Florida Keys. Nice. Confluence. Have a great trading day, and thank you so much for everything that you do, Trader TV. Thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, for being the awesome person that you are. Again, he came to the floor. Remember?
Yes, I was not here. I feel
time.
bad that I was not here. But
Yeah, you definitely missed out on meeting a great.
I like meeting our.
But yeah, thank you, D. Westermeyer. But back to Tesla here. Yeah, strong selling at the end of the year. So curious to know what we do in and around these prices. We had some trouble pushing that 60, and as Sean said the day before yesterday, 60 came in real hot. But then day right after, we pretty much wiped that whole price range from the build up into it. So that 260 definitely coming back in could be interesting. But this 265, kind of the strong selling. Let's see if it continues through yesterday's low 252 as well. So Tesla definitely on watch today. I didn't really take any trades on it yesterday or the day before, but definitely on watch as we're coming into the end of the year, end of the week as well, and some strong price action going into it.
All right, let's bring in, there he is, Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas to wrap up. Not only, I mean, it's been a quiet week, as we've said. Michael Noss, good to see you.
Good to see you.
But pretty impressive year right across the board, as we were saying, specifically for tech, for the NASDAQ, the S&P, I just saw 24% going into the end of the year here. There are a few, we touched on, going back to last week, the Santa Claus rally, still on track here going into the first couple of days of next week. I think we're up about 1%. If you go back to Tuesday of this week, 1% for the S&P 500 anyway, still positive. But there's a few seasonality things that we want to
So this is the joy of being able to be your own boss.
Yeah,
so I've got to run out for a minute, guys. I'm going to let the charts and the news run. I will be back. I will be monitoring the charts myself via remote. I'll see you in about a half hour.
So there'll be a lot more charts next time I'm on. But I did pop up one. I changed the first slide. I don't know if that messed anything up in the slide deck, because I don't know if you can go up one more just to answer Sean's question about Tesla.
I
may not have loaded on your end.
I cannot.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I'll just describe it then. So Sean asked about Tesla. I tried to do something on the fly there, but that's fine. I am with Sean on the fact that I'm pretty bearish Tesla. And the reason for it is just that the Qs, as Brendan was mentioned when I was in the green room, are hitting all-time highs, and Tesla is far from it. And I think that's a pretty simple way to look at a lot of these stocks. If your stock hasn't participated in this massive rally the overall market has, then that means that the institutions, the big money, are not picking this as opposed to something else. So if you're holding something at the end of the year here on lows where the market's on highs, then for me that's something that I want to move on and try to find something else. But sorry for the interlude there, but we'll get into the overall the slide deck here, and we'll start with the actual first slide about the January effect. Because as Brendan was saying, there are three different, and I have notes here that I'll be referring to, but there's three different January barometer and indicators that I want to go over. A lot of these get confused, but they are pretty powerful. So I want to make sure I kind of split these up properly. So the first one is called just the January effect. And this is the one you've probably heard the most of. And that's just the fact that a lot of people think that it means the market's up in January. What it actually means, and again, I really want to shout out the Stock Traders Almanac by Jeff Hirsch. They've been doing this for like 50 years now, where they study these seasonality patterns. In the January effect, what we actually expect to see is small caps and stocks that were weak going into the year to actually start to outperform strong stocks. Now, I have here reverse window dressing. So I talked about this before, about how strong stocks generally continue to be strong into the end of the year. And the main reason for that is tax loss harvesting. So if I have a Apple or Nvidia that I'm up a lot on, and then I have an AMD or an AMC or something that's I'm down a lot on, I'm more likely to sell the one that I'm down on, to defer and to harvest that tax loss against my potential gains. What will happen quite often in January is you see an opposite of that, where now I want to, maybe I still like that stock that I'm down on. I just wanted to harvest that tax loss. So I may in January go back and rebuy that stock after whatever the wash sale window, again, I'm not a tax accountant, whatever the wash sale window is. That's the belief of why we think that this reverse effect occurs, where small caps often outperform large caps, and beaten up stocks will often outperform really strong stocks going into January. So I'm not a fan of dumpster diving, but how I like to use these seasonality things is I'm going to spend a lot of my weekend going and looking for stocks that have been hanging out in very low bases for very long periods of time. Think of your ARC charts or Pelotons or something like this, because they may get a lift going into with this January effect. So that's a January effect. That's interesting. Not as interesting to me as this next one, which is the first 5 days. So this first 5 days has an 83% hit rate. And basically what this says is that if the first 5 days of January end up being positive, there is an 83% chance, going back to 1950, which is pretty wild, that the rest of the year will close positive. Now, It doesn't, could be positive by 0.1%. Doesn't mean we're going to get a screaming up year, but it means that that's generally possible to occur if that first 5 days of trading is positive. Next one, and the last one, is just the January barometer. So the saying that Jeff Hirsch and the Almanac Trader coined is, so goes January, so goes the year. The idea is simply, if January as a whole ends up positive, there is I believe, an 80% chance that the rest of the year ends up positive if you go back again to 1940, I think they did it. So this is 3 seasonality things that I'm really going to be watching into the beginning of January. Basically sums up to the fact that if we see a nice push in the S&P 500 and in small caps in this beginning part of January, then that should be really positive for the overall market. Now, the last slide here is what happens if none of these happen. If both the first 5 days and the January return are negative. I believe this may be from Bespoke, but you can see mostly red. So basically we're focusing on the far right column here. So these are all of the years where the first 5 days were negative and the January return was negative. You can see a negative 38% year, right? 2008. I know a lot of you guys may not have been around for that, but we also have 2000, which was the tech bubble collapse. A lot of these years that started off bad ended really, really bad, and with only a 30% positive rate. So I'm going to be laser focused, and I'm sure at the end of January, I'll tell you guys what the readings were on this. But I'm going to be very, very focused on this first month, because again, if we see these positive, then that's great. If we see it negative, then I think we really got to worry about what the year is going to look like.
Interesting, right across the board as far as the way that January kind of sets the table for what is to come later on. We've touched on in the past as well. One more to kind of consider here. Next year being an election year as well, it would be interesting to kind of go back over that 83% mark and see during election years specifically what the return was.
Yeah, and I guess that's I'll write that down, and maybe that's what next time I'm on we'll talk about, because there is, and this is something we study quite frequently in the CMT, the Chartered Market Technician. There is a very kind of flow of a pattern of the market being nervous before elections and then positive after elections. So I'll grab a chart and we'll see what that looks like. But yeah, it's a very interesting question. How will this election season affect what we're looking at right here?
Fantastic. Michael Noss, Happy New Year. Enjoy the weekend, enjoy the long weekend. We'll touch base again next week.
Talk to you then. Have a good one.
It's when an educated individual agrees with you. Doesn't happen too often to me, but Michael Noss there looking bearish a little bit on Tesla, so that was nice. Thanks for covering that, and a happy new year to you, my friend. Enjoy it with your family or whatever you are doing for New Year's. And a couple good stats there. That one about the first 5 days, and then creating a positive flow for the rest of the day of the year. That's pretty interesting. We'll see what happens in January. I mean, I think these interest rates have been pulled forward, all these interest rate cuts. And if the Fed slips up on this, then I feel like we could be in for a little bit of a swoon in the early parts of the year, especially if the Fed doesn't continue the course, which they're going to. They're going to start cutting. But we have a little bit of a difference in what the Fed rate tool is suggesting as opposed to what maybe the Fed is actually going to do. I feel like we're trying to pull forward about 150 basis points worth of cuts. We'll go over the Fed rate tool in a minute, when there's a lot of people out there that are predicting that potentially the Fed might only cut 100 basis points or even less than that. And we still got some data to come in January to see where that comes through. So I'm worried, I feel like the only thing that's stopping this market is going to be the unemployment rate, to see where that goes. But hey, right now everything seems to be pretty groovy. And then of course I still have the problem when Xi and Biden had that conversation a couple weeks ago, and President Xi said that he has pretty much full intentions of going into Taiwan, which if and when that happens, I think that could be a downside in this market as well. But always love having Michael Noss on.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be an interesting year coming forward, with the way we've set up this year as well, and changing economic conditions, and I guess political situations in the world as well. Definitely could be interesting for market volatility in 2024. I think we have some good price action to look forward to. That's for sure.
I like it. All right, we have some upgrades and downgrades. Do we actually have upgrades and downgrades today? That'd be good. All right, let's go over to the desk, or to the screen, or the desk with Brendan, or the screen with Adara, one of them.
Yeah, one sec. We'll get that set up for Adara and get some upgrades and downgrades here. I was going to mention Fisker real quick, just to touch on that, up 10% this morning on this deliveries number. I mean, the number itself, not really that impressive, let's be honest, but when it's such an improvement, 300%,
Exactly.
In fact, definitely notable.
4,700 vehicles here, Brendo. Look, I get an umpteen amount of ads from Fisker on my Instagram. I don't know what all these ads are for if they can't make enough of them to deliver, but 4,700 is what they handed over. Should be noted, Brendo, that they're going to hand over more in Europe because they've actually contracted Magna International and their Austrian facility, and Magna's actually produced over 10,000 vehicles for them this year. So producing more in Europe than they are in North America, but there's a lot of demand apparently for this SUV.
Yeah, when the price is what it is for Fisker, 10%, not really a huge move, but notable anyways, volume behind that as well so far this morning. All right, as promised, Dara has some upgrades and downgrades for you.
Natera here getting a downgrade from, an upgrade from BTIG Research, and Novus as well getting an upgrade here from Canaccord Genuity. NeoGenomics getting an upgrade from BTIG, and last but not least, Costco getting an upgrade and a price target increase to $7.45 from Tigris Financial. In terms of downgrades, both Nomura downgrading both Uber and Lyft right now, both these rideshare companies, but increasing the price target for both as well. So that one is definitely something to keep a note with regards to Uber and Lyft. ConocoPhillips here also getting downgraded from Raymond James, and last but not least, NeoGenomics here as well, guys. Take
Uber with the downgrade, that's something interesting.
Yeah, I was going to talk a little bit about Uber there, Obi. So
Yeah, go for it.
yeah, I mean, this is basically where I sold, some of my Uber. We talked about this kind of move that happened. They got the inclusion of the S&P 500, and it's kind of like, you know what? I actually heard something I actually read something pretty interesting about, hold on a second, before I do it, we have to do this. So I was talking with Kathy Wood last night, which I was not, and she was saying that she thinks that it could be a sell an event type of thing with the Bitcoin and all this approval happening with all these ETFs. So it's a very interesting thing that we got a bump up in crypto, obviously, in the last little while. And I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Bitcoin's still holding out at 42.8 right now. It's pretty strong. And we have HUD 8, and I have longs in crypto today, so I'm excited for the crypto space. But it's about, buying things ahead of a potential event, right? And then, so that reminds me, when I think about Uber, it reminds me of that about Bitcoin. So that's where I'm wondering that is it time maybe to sort of, and she's been a big proponent of Bitcoin. So let's find out if that does happen. We do have another event where there's going to be liquidity supply. I think it was January 10th with the halvening again. But okay, Uber. So what I'm getting at with Uber here is the same kind of thing. We had a beautiful run up there. They're making money. They're a profitable name. And they deserve this kind of a bump up for sure. I think that with everything, like we're going out tonight, so the wife is coming here after we drop the kids at the grandparents. And it's been a freaking crazy week, man. We've been so busy, but tonight we're going out and it's gonna be Uber time, and I feel like that's what it is. I have Lyft on my phone, but I'm just looking at Ubers. And I think that's, Uber Eats, the grocery delivery, like just everything that they're in and the global exposure. I really, really like the name, but I think it's overcooked. I mean, you could still like names that have gone up too high. I love Microsoft, but I don't know what it's doing right now at 375. It's just bouncing around. Maybe it's overcooked too. So what's the next catalyst for Uber? Well, I think you got to wait for earnings. So when I look over here, because the earnings are going to be great, and if they're not, then you're going to get quite a nice move down, giving you a better opportunity to buy it. Short flow, we're not too worried about it, but 3.72% is still relatively significant for this kind of a name, but for an S&P 500 name. Their earnings are February 14th. So we've still got a little bit of ways to go on that. So I just look and say, what are the catalysts moving forward? Michael talked about tax loss and stuff like that and harvesting and possibly buying it back in. But this stock is at its highs, so that's not going to qualify for anything like that. I feel like a dip buy is what we wait for here. An Uber. I like the name. I just want to wait for earnings. And like I said, I do feel like the new year could be great to start, but then we'll wait to see what happens on that first Fed interest rate cut, I guess, potentially comes through. So we'll wait to see what happens with Uber, but I think it's overbought. And there's no doubt that when that happens, you get Nomura coming in and downgrading. I don't know. I don't think like the downgrade is anything other than where it is on a price, a PE ratio.
Yeah, I think again, it's holding up quite well. Excuse me, in the pre-market off of that downgrade. But some key levels to note coming into again this consolidation. We know that Uber has been running up into its S&P 500 ad, which happened a few weeks ago. Right there, you can see it with the largest volume candle on the chart there. This is the day that it was added, Friday, December 15th. And since then, it's just been consolidating in and around the 61. I know the 61 was definitely interesting, 64 as well. But even with that downgrade, we're still pretty much diddling in the middle over here. But let's see if we can get down to the support. 64 all-time highs. That should be interesting as well. But coming in today, I have no idea if this is going to go one way or the other. But I think these levels are definitely defined. And if the price can get into some of these levels, I think we may have a trade on our hands.
There we go. All right, let's get into the overall market here. Just noting the market itself, not up a ton this week, but potentially set for a 9th straight positive week here for the first time since 2004. Wow. That's crazy. But anyways, there's an entire day to get to here, so let's jump into the futures.
Yeah, we were quite consolidative yesterday, Brendo. Maybe more of that today. 48.32 is where we closed yesterday on the ES. The overnight high, 48.41. The low, 48.28. We're at 48.30 right now. I'm going to say look for support at 48.25 and resistance at 48.5 if we make it up there, guys. Let's see.
Yeah, the slow grind continues to the upside here for the overall market. If you haven't done so, very easy. Watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there. Or you can scan that QR code, enter your email address, and then you get that for absolutely nothing, free every single day from us. NVIDIA, top of the list this morning. Not a huge mover over the past couple of days, kind of chopping around here just below that $500 mark. But notable today because, hey, guess what? Surprise, surprise. They came up with a way to send chips to China once again.
Basically what they're doing here, Brendo, is going to be an adjusted version of one of their best gaming processors. They're terming this one the RTX 4090D. Gamers will know that the RTX line is their high-end GPUs for gaming. I mean, I said this to Sean off camera. I'm like, what stops people from going into another country, setting up a shell company, ordering a whole bunch of GPUs, and just bringing them back into China? I don't know if they're thinking about that or they're going to have controls, but hey, looking to circumvent.
So the clock starts now on how long it'll take for the U.S. government to respond to this one, because this is the third round as they go back and forth here, guys. But as we said, kind of choppy day yesterday. We're back inside the range here this morning.
Well, Sharif, I mean, generally speaking, companies like to abide by the law and will try not to circumvent things. But I agree with you. I mean, we had that story. I don't know if was it Amgen or was it AMAT or somebody was trying to go through South Korea for some things about a month or so ago. So Sharif is right. You know, companies will find ways around it. I'm not upset about it, but I was saying to Sharif again, this is as like, the U.S. has this huge advantage with NVIDIA and AMD and all these chips and AI and just data and processing and all this, and then they're just handing it over to China for free. So that's nice. You know, it's not like China would do that for us or any of these Chinese companies. You know, it's like TikTok just continues to push poison into everybody's face. What? My bad. Sharif is loving TikTok.
No, man.
What a surprise, Sharif.
Here's my thing about
I mean,
TikTok.
they've literally said that they give us all the crap, and they're giving all their kids all the smart, you know. Like I don't know. You guys tell me. I don't even own TikTok. But I mean, and then China they won't even give us access to the data or anything like that. Like, anyways, this story might not be true. I mean, that things have changed. When President Trump was around, was trying to ban TikTok and so on and so forth. So, but I'm only simply talking about, and the example is that China for years and years and years have been building up their nuclear power plants and their systems and just way ahead of the game as far as energy and all that is concerned. You think they're giving anything to us, you know? But it doesn't matter how we go on. It's NVIDIA's story. This is technology. Right. Whether or not NVIDIA solves the problem or, you know, Taiwan Semi or someone else comes out with something, it's all the same. And as a shareholder for NVIDIA, I really like the news. I mean, now you open up the border, you get to send these high-powered chips over into, you know, a huge economy. And, you know, technology is going to always win the day. And I think it's a punch long. I just want to wait for 5 bills. I mean, there's really, to me, I had NVIDIA on the board the last couple of days as a fade through this 504 because this actually happened up here. It's up here, though. But, you know, that was an actual play 2 weeks ago. And we broke through 500. And again, good news, right? We came from that day, like we came from 495, or even in the morning, even lower, it looks like. We came from like 492, broke through 500, completely stopped at 504, and then made a complete move back down. You know? What do you call a reversed V? Is this like an N? But anyways, all the way up and all the way back down into 490 again, okay? So right now, you're kind of hovering around, and look what's happening. You're starting now at 497. Could we take 500? Of course, easily take 500. But then are we going to get through this 504? Is this the catalyst that starts that move? I don't know. We're up 0.3%. The market's actually down right now. I like this break of 500, and I think I'm going to take it. But I'm definitely not holding it to 504. I feel like 503 would be a great out. 502 would be a great out. Let's watch NVIDIA breaking through 500. On my sticky note, though, is not NVIDIA. And it's not NVIDIA for reasons like I just mentioned. We've already seen this move before. But why not just trade AMD? AMD yesterday made that 150.40 high, okay? I like the long here in AMD, and we talked about it. You can go over, look at it on the sticky note, you can go find it. But AMD yesterday breaks that level, and Obi, I really wish we could still, I don't know why. I'm gonna ask the tech team or development when they come back, because whatever happened to yesterday's marks on the chart? We shorted this 150. Like, look, it came in once, it came in twice, it came in 3 times, sold. We actually let this settle down, right? We did not trade it here. We traded it, and I talked about this. And first of all, if you're not joining on the recap show, you're missing a lot, because I went over this trade yesterday. I didn't short this until we got the all clear from this wick. So people are like, oh, what does that mean? And I discussed it yesterday. It's like, sure, you're getting a lot of big candles. Like, this was nice, a lot of tops there, right? It hits it. You have a wick top there, drop. You have a wick top there, drop. Wicking, down, right? The only other time that that happened, it kind of happens in here, but it doesn't have any significant volume behind it. So then I didn't trade it at all. We let it settle down, rips up, hits that 150 clean, breaks. These aren't 150 breaks. This is a 150 stop and a reject. It finally breaks 150, and guess what? Then we get the thing that we're looking for over and over again, a catalyst. We're looking for reasons to short this name. You're not going to short AMD up 3 or 4% in a market that's flat, especially if it's a chip name. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but this 150 hit with a wick top on a 1-minute chart and with significant volume. That's the play that you're looking for, and then it was never tested again. Just came back down, right off there, hits that top and fade. So I actually started building a short right in here, Obi, because we had that top. I felt like 30 to 40 cents worth of risk was well worth it for AMD. We've just come $4. So if you have that retracement play back in, and look, we're cooking on that. It drops all the way into VWAP. What else as a trader are you looking for? So today, we closed there with a big buy at the end of the day. We closed at 148, 149. And now today we're higher than that. And I believe we're gonna test that 150.40. And if we do, I wanna play the break long. So let's see. If we break long 150.40, Obi, here we go. So as my, hey, what's up, Kat? Hola. You know, as a trader that's learning, as you are,
Yes.
If we take that 150.40 break long, where is our stop going to be?
Depends on how you want to take a look at it, but if you're risking 40 pennies back down to the
Did you say
150?
150?
Yes. I would give it at least that much, at least.
Yeah. So we like trades that have easy ins and easy outs and things that we can make sense of. So right there, we break through 150. That's a good catalyst. That's a key price level. Then we go up to that top that we talked about of 150.40. Right. If we break that, we go long. We play the momentum long. Then we give ourselves 40 cents back through 150. Now, whether or not you give it to 149.80, depending on your share size, how much you want to respect that 150. But I think that trade actually pans out pretty good. But I'm here to tell everybody that there might be a little bit less volume on a day like today. There may be champagne being popped a little early today. There may be traders that may not even want to trade today. You got to be careful with volume. You want to do it with volume as well. So that's my little take there on NVIDIA. What about yours?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was a solid analysis of the AMD there. I really like that kind of displaying the patience you really need to catch the backside
Right.
of the move again with volume confirmations.
You're a backside kind of guy.
Oh yeah, you know I love the backside. So, but yeah, that
Just for
150.40.
trading. Just for trading. I don't know why does everyone get so excited over there? Easy, Sharif. Again.
Diversify. But okay, so that 150.40, I do also have it on my sticky notes, so I will be watching out for that. But yeah, the Nvidia through that 500 could definitely give us that move through that 150 on AMD as well. Again, Nvidia being a chip leader, and again, yeah, the GTX 4090D gaming chips there being released in China. That'll be interesting. But I like this build buildup as well that we've been having over the past couple of weeks, kind of building into that 500. But overall, we have been ranging pretty much sideways in a range over 400 and 500 kind of being the highs there. But this buildup over the past few weeks, just going into that 500, is definitely a little distinct. Every time we've come into that 500, we have sold off, but higher lows and higher highs as well, building up into all-time highs as 520s on NVIDIA. So I think that'll be a decent look. A lot of sympathy plays potential for the chips there today. I'm also looking at Intel. We know Intel has been quite strong over the past few weeks, but not really showing the same kind of oomph that NVIDIA or AMD or even ARM as of late. We'll be talking about that soon enough, but Intel kind of not looking the same. So a few chip names on watch today, but that NVIDIA 500 definitely interesting.
All right, let's go on to Google here. Kind of an interesting note this morning. Not a lot to look at as far as price movement so far today, but 3 days in a row potentially red. As I was mentioning before, we're still on track for a positive week, even with, I mean, it's worth noting, like some of these tech names really haven't done a heck of a lot so far this week. So the market still showing underlying strength here. Yeah, $5 billion they're going to pay in this. It's essentially they were tracking what people were doing online. $5 billion's not nothing, but it's Google, so maybe just the cost of doing business.
Yeah, well, it's interesting here. It's alleged to have begun June 1st, 2016, and then the actual lawsuit was filed in 2020. The allegations specifically are that Google Analytics, its cookies and its apps let Alphabet track their activity even when they set Google Chrome browser to incognito mode. A lot of us know that as the private browsing mode. $5 billion is sought here, Brendo. They didn't really disclose much else in terms of details of the settlement, but yeah, kind of not good.
Yeah, it was interesting to note they went after the company on wiretapping allegations. Like that was what they used to actually file this lawsuit. But they end up settling here, guys. But Google on a bit of a pullback. It's worth noting here, coming into some interesting levels on the daily chart.
Again, the thing about all this, and we're going to talk tonight on the podcast. Make sure you join us tomorrow morning. We had a great reception of last week's podcast, and we're doing another one tonight, me and Brendo. So, and it reminds me of that AI talk there, where Microsoft and ChatGPT and all that stuff were scraping different news sources and then not really giving them credit for it, and building their chatbot and then being threatened to get sued over this. We had notes here in our watch list that potentially the damages that they were looking for were in and around $5 billion. That's not that much money. It sounds ridiculous to say that, but how much cash and cash equivalents do you think Google has on its books? It was 120 billion.
Billions, yeah.
Yeah, 120 billion.
Wow. Okay.
So $5 billion to sort of let this thing go away, and that's an amazing number. It's nowhere even close to that. Even if that's the worst case scenario, I still just take that hit. I mean, these guys are cash generating machines. The fact
That's
that they're
like a
it's a dirt on your shoulder type of thing, right? So, anyways, I'm not, for me, and you can see it's not like I'm speaking rocket science here. That Google's not moving. So it's like, if it's not moving and this thing is settled, like, there you go, man. It's just like, it's another win for big tech. Again, if they can just solve everything with cash, it's like if Microsoft has to give a little bit of a drip payment into New York Times so they can scrape their stuff, I mean, fine. The amount of money that they're making on Copilot and all this stuff that's going to come from AI, it's ridiculous. So I just say stay long all these stocks. But look, another one that's at its highs, not looking like Tesla, another great stock that's performing quite well. We just had a little bit of a move down. So you see, with lack of volume, Google's done 63,000 shares today. So I was just saying that Google was up, and then right there on one print, it is now down. So, you're hovering around this 140. It's going to be a key level. You could just look here at the 20-minute chart to see about Google. Yesterday, we've been holding this 139, 140 area. So if you like the stock, I think you just go in and buy it. Yesterday was relatively uneventful, except for, major liquidity moments like the open, where we tanked down, made that move right back up, kind of hovered around all afternoon, and then started to make the move back in. And then now, look at this. You're right back into that 139 and change again. So let's just see what happens with Google here. I feel like it's going to be weak again today. Yesterday, obviously, this would have been a weak name, opening up at 141, closing the day down at 140. So again, even though it had this whole movement, it only closes $1. So I like Google here. It's just, I feel like we got to wait for a short, somewhere around even in here, 140.50. It's so hard, Obi, right now, and everybody out there to be able to call a direction in this market. The NASDAQ is completely flat. We're basically at 17.1, which was so key yesterday. That's why I want to talk about ARM as well. Yeah. Talk about names. We don't have ARM on the list there, but talk about names that have been strong. ARM has been on fire, man. ARM up to $78, $79, $80. It's an absolute monster. That thing was $50 a couple weeks ago. Plus, we have the crypto name. So I'm not sure we'll be in Google too much today. Long story short.
Yeah, I like that. I'm just looking at the weekly here on Google, and a strong, interesting kind of base formed at the 90s earlier this year, kind of end of previous year as well, and we've only been running up and about to end the year on a bit of a red week here. But yeah, I like that 40 level as well. Why is that? There's a little bit of structure here from September and November, marking these highs in and around that 140 level. So coming into the week here, you can see how it's interacted with that 140. A little bit of an over/under. We do attempt to break it quite a few times, but we've only gotten about 3 points, roughly, not even 42.72 or 68 being the highs there, and we've sold back off into that 140. So that 140 definitely a little interesting area to me. You can see that it's a potential for support turned or resistance turned support down here in the 138 halves and the 139 halves as well. So building kind of back into that 140, a little bit of a sideways day yesterday as well. I'm curious to know what we do with that 140 today, but definitely an interesting move here on Google, not only over the past few weeks, but all year.
All right, we were just talking about crypto here. Bitcoin not really doing a heck of a lot, but I'm just noting, like, if you zoom out on the daily chart, yes, this is a massively huge range from 55,000, even call it, up here to 25,000 or 20,000 even at the bottom. We're starting to get into that kind of back and forth. Who knows what's going to happen once we get back into 50, 51, 52, 53, but we're starting to get into that kind of back and forth price action on a higher time frame. So will it be the ETFs that solve this equation or not remains to be seen, but interesting look here today.
Yeah, well, Kevin O'Leary doesn't think the spot ETF is going to get approved anyway by Gary Gensler, saying it's going to kick it down to his successor. We'll see if that happens or not. Catch that interview yesterday. Look, Mara had a bad day yesterday after having several great days. It was down high single digits. It was kind of diverging from its trading patterns with Coin. Coin was a little bit of flat today. Another crypto headline, specifically with Hut 8. You can recall Celsius, the defunct crypto exchange, it wasn't an exchange, I think it was a mining company. Essentially, the bankruptcy proceedings there are assigning Hut 8 to take over its Texas facility and several others. So Hut 8 plans to provide the transfer of the Celsius network mining operations to a newly created company called Mining Co., with a Hut 8 managing all those operations. So headline for Hut 8, Brendo.
Yeah, a little bit more volume on that one. I was just going through a few other ones. Yeah, I guess Mara is a little bit higher than RIOT, down day yesterday, but trying to bounce here. Looks pretty good, guys.
All right. We have Hut, so I have Hut 8 on here, and this is a name that I wasn't sure, Brendan, are you still in this name? Because I know I cleaned out of it. Negative, yeah, see, shoot. All right, so again, this has been a good name. It's just, I got out on this little swoop up right there, and then all of a sudden it's like, but you know what? I don't really, some of these mining companies, I just can't really wrap my head around why they just go up so much when Bitcoin just starts to go. I mean, I get it. I don't get it. So I don't know. We're just gonna play the momentum here on Hut 8. And I mean, that was a good story. It's on the sticky note. And what I was looking at was just a 17 break here. So let's go over. It just looks like right here, we had a little bit of consolidation in and around 17. That's where we started yesterday, made a move down into 16 bucks. But right now on that news with Celsius, and now they're going to be able to take over the mining operations. I like it. I think it's, if Hut 8 and mining is something, then this is something good, right? Now they're able to mine a little bit more, take over Celsius's operations. So maybe this is the play. We've seen Mara go absolutely crazy over the last couple of days. And I think Hut 8 can do it as well. There's a 15% short float on this name. I really like a 17 break. And then the thing is that you have protection down here at 1580, 1575, 16 in that area. So I think a 17 break, you let it sort of work its way back up to the upside. We'll see where VWAP is and everything when that sort of settles down. But again, 250,000 shares isn't horrible. Looks like it's trying to take VWAP out right now. So if we take a 17 break, looks like VWAP will be around 1660. 40 cents worth of risk to me is well worth it on Hut 8. So for me, I like this name. And yeah, that's something positive there on Hut 8. Coinbase has had some crazy moves as well over the last little while. For this name, I feel like the best thing to do would be let it make the moves and then figure out, you know, where the top is. Yesterday, it really bounced off VWAP. I'm just noticing this right now on Coinbase. But look how violent this name was yesterday. You know, from 182 down to 177, straight up to 185, then back down, back up to 186, down to 181, 187. Like, you had multiple $5 moves in this name yesterday. So if you're going to look for an actionable trade today, probably the crypto space is where it's at. What about a 188 break long on Coinbase? I mean, how good does that look right now? I mean, even on a daily chart, I had Coinbase marked at 180 to go long and was too scared to take it. That's now $8 in the money, and you're starting to take out these highs again. The high of Coinbase is 420. 380 is the highest close. We still have a ways to go back to the upside. It's just, I don't know. Do you want to dance with that 188? I mean, I prefer Hut 8. We'll see what happens here today, but crypto definitely has to be on your mind.
Yeah, I think with the way that Bitcoin has been moving around and setting up, crypto names definitely in play. And again, we talk about kind of that quadunk that happened early on in December 10th here. You had that strong dip down in the 40s, and every dip kind of getting bought back up. So yeah, definitely Coin on a runner there. And I'm watching Mara and Riot as well. Mara all the way up to 30 there. So I did take my eyes off of it for a couple of days, and it seems like that might have not been the best decision there. As last time I was looking at it, Mara was in the 20s, 25s, and it seems like on Wednesday we did kind of pull back up in towards those 30s, 32s, and pulling back down into the 28s. But the overall trend very similar to that of Bitcoin and Coin and a lot of these crypto names. They're catching a slight bid on a longer time frame chart. You can see that over the past month or so, since earnings, we kind of consolidated and held this trend, and we keep buying up these dips. So I think it's going to be interesting going into the new year to continue to see if Bitcoin and its I guess I was going to say constituents, its sympathy players there, the miners and other related equities, kind of follow in step with Bitcoin building up into that 45,000 mark. So definitely in play on a bigger time frame picture over the past few weeks. Let's see how we close on the year on some of these crypto names.
All right, a few people mentioning this SXTC still 183%, bit of a rejection there at 6. Back downside, there's not much on this. 450,000 share float. That's pretty much all you need to know on SXTC. It's traded its entire float 21 times already today. So crazy move, almost 200% to the upside. Yeah, let's talk about Uber here, back to the upside, as we saw one of the best stocks in the S&P 500 to date. To end the year, a bit of a pullback over the past couple of days here for Uber as well. As we said, I mean, it's been kind of chopping around in a range since it went into the S&P 500. Not a heck of a lot to look at.
Well, typically we, you know, in that case, you got to sell the news event. But look, Uber's still fundamentally sound, profitable, 2 straight quarters now. We're looking at a third, despite the fact that Uber Freight has been lagging. The other parts of Uber have been really picking up the pace for there. So the downgrade comes vis-a-vis Nomura. downgrading it from buy to neutral and decreasing or actually increasing the price target, Brendo, here from 59 to 62. I just love when they do that. Also a comment on Lyft as well from $11.70 to 13, also downgrading that from buy to neutral.
Yeah, kind of a wash. I mean, we're there, so they're just adjusting their own, kind of targets as far as what's happening with the price action. But yeah, not a heck of a lot to do the past couple of days here, guys, for Uber.
No, I mean, we've talked a little bit about Uber. I just want to talk quickly. We just had the imbalances come out, and we had Fisker with a buy. I'm buying Fisker at 71. So if we break through 71, we will buy some Fisker right there. I don't know if we talked about that enough earlier. It's not on the board, but Fisker with better deliveries. We talked about it earlier on in the day. Bets, I mean, now is breaking through 1 cent, so that trade may be over with. You might want to short bets against that 1 cent. I don't know. That's just a name that you guys have been trading it. So those of you trading that would know. And here's Uber. So Uber has made its way on, first of all, Google with a sell, but although it's going up right now, which is a little strange. So that's something interesting. But it's Uber right now with the sell. So since we're going to talk about it, we only have 2 minutes to go, so we're not going to spend too much time on this. We do got to go over to Baidu. But I just think it's a sell the news thing where,
Hey,
we're
I'm back.
selling the
Thanks
news
for
of them
joining
getting into
me
the S&P
today.
500, which is old news now. But I just feel like that run up was good. I still like Uber. I just feel like it will fade out a little bit here. It's down 1.4%.
Okay.
Play the relative strength versus weakness. This one's weak. So if you're looking for shorts, I feel like Uber is going to be the play on a short. And then be more specific on a price. I mean, I would love to get 63s. And I think that's where we got to wait. So a little bit of a bump up here for Uber. A downgrade, it shouldn't be higher than it was yesterday. So I feel like 63 short on Uber. I'm going to put the order in right now. Anything quickly?
I think I already covered Uber
So they're
earlier.
talking
on
about
today. That's
Uber
61
today.
to 64. I think that's all I got for Uber.
All right, let's go over quickly and talk
Uber.
about Bert and Ernie quickly.
Bert
Bert and Ernie.
specifically, but I'm sure Bert is using Ernie by now. 100 million. There's Baidu. A couple days in a row to the upside here for Baidu on the daily chart. Yeah, they finally get to that 100 million mark for Ernie, their OpenAI or ChatGPT-like large language model over for Baidu.
Yeah, better look from the initial start that they had there when they were showing us the video of the demonstration of Ernie. It looks good. 100 million users said, as Brendo said, charging about $8 a month. Compare that to ChatGPT 4, which is charging about $20 a month. There are other AI large language models in China, but most of them are business related. So Alibaba and Tencent have their own, but they're more B2B than B2C. So we'll have to see how this one works out. Good luck for Baidu.
Yeah, less than a minute here, guys. Nice gap. 2 days in a row here for Baidu.
Yeah, some of these Chinese names finally starting to get going. I like the FXI. I mean, at some point you're going to have to start to buy some Chinese names, and I don't know when that point is, but I think it might be now, maybe into the new year, especially if you're trying to find some relative weakness, something that's been underperforming. Look at the Chinese names, and Baidu's been strong. Oh, crap, the countdown's already on. With only 5 seconds now before the market opens, we will be a little bit late. Let's go over to Adara. We are now open. So let's go. Thank you, Miss Adara. All right.
Here we
go.
go.
I do like some Chinese names. We did get long Fisker there, 171, as it does break to start the day. But I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm bidding 155. If it goes, it goes. I do want to watch out for AMD and watch out for the NASDAQ right now. AMD was a trade that I was looking at 150.40 on the break long. So we want to make sure that we're on that one. Hut 8. Do I have the breaker 19? No, I do not. So I got to get that order in as well. In case Hut 8, it's going to the downside. But I'm looking at a 17 break if that does come through for Hut 8. And then let's just check out a name that we didn't cover at all, really. And that was ARM. I mean, ARM's going to continue to be strong here again today, it looks like, up that 1%. Let's see what happens with ARM right now at VWAP at 78.50. Wouldn't mind a little bit of a dip buy into 78, but again, spread a little too juicy right now for ARM. You guys let us know if there's anything popping off now, but I'm looking at Google back down into 139. We got that love down there, but now it's ripping to the high side goes Google right now.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit patient here. I did get a little involved at this weekly support here on Amazon, and I'm waiting for some of the other names to kind of come into play. I have ARM, Intel, and AMD as well. I'm gonna stay a little bit patient here. I've mentioned this a few times. I tend to do a little bit better there if I do kind of wait for that structure to form, or play off of previous structures that have been formed. So Google holding that 140, I like that. 17.1 is going to be interesting for me on the NQ today.
yeah, thanks.
That 153 has been a little bit of a weekly support on Amazon, and all we do, we come in and we can't even print below the 90s
comes AMD.
there underneath the 150. And Sean's saying, here comes AMD. What's going on over there?
Yeah, no, just AMD taking out 150. Here we go. This is going to be my first official trade. It looks like we are going to punch this long at 150.40, and it's coming in like gangbusters right now, man. I mean, AMD was just down at, we were looking at it and I was like, oh, now we're down at 149. But that's going to be, okay, here we go. That's going to be a dangerous spot right there for AMD. Okay, now we're starting to blast upside a little bit. Let's take something out as we do have a bigger position, obviously.
Thanks
on
for
this
joining
name,
me.
because we like it, and it was one of the names that we had thought about. But this happened to me on Microsoft yesterday. It was just yesterday, market, that we punched the top in a name that we liked and then lost the most amount of money all day on that name. So right now, here we go. Let's see if we can get something out. I literally got out of like 5% there on the upside, but we're fading right back in again. And we talked about where this trade need to go, right? So
We're up
$1.49.
$2.06.
If we fade back in, we're going to have to get out of
On
this one.
42,
As right now, it's not working out the
618.
greatest, but we're still long, and we're going to see if we can get it.
Oh, that's a
and
Fibonacci,
not lose
actually.
a whole shit ton of money on this name. But right now we're long, but it doesn't look like it's working out. Let's let it settle down. My out is just shy, here we come, of 150. So it looks like we're going to get stopped out of this trade here on AMD. Looks like that top was the fade again, Obi. There it goes. Shit. That sucks. That's too bad. Again, we played a good name there on AMD. It just did not work
That's
out
what
again.
happens.
As back-to-back days, we took breakouts off the open on a name that I thought was strong that turns out not to be. So we took the shot. We got one little stupid out up there, and after that, man, not much else. So that kind of sucks right there for me on AMD. But I don't think the trade is done. Let's just let this settle down. We still have 75% of it right now on AMD, maybe 149.50. We just touched down at 149.60 there.
Yeah, nice.
not
Again,
nice, but,
it was worth an attempt, right? So
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but
that's what I'm saying. Nice. You took the shot that you said you were going to take. It didn't work out. That's perfectly fine. We move on to the next trade there. And that 17th thou kind of coming in as well. I get stopped out after kind of adding on to a little bit of that weekly support area there. So I'll let this work out there. Amazon not really working. Again, it was just a cheeky idea. Getting long above a weekly support area here that it's kind of been showing us in and around these 70s as well, right? So I'll take a couple tries at this and see how it holds. While again, to reiterate,
might
I
have
am
to take
waiting
this. It
for
hits $3.
waiting for kind of
We're gonna
structure
take it.
to form there. I'm watching ARM. ARM yesterday here, 77 was a little bit interesting. Kind of the strong drive through that 75 gave us a
and I'm out.
consolidation above that 77. Yeah, I was trying to short into that into 77,
Maybe
kind
you
of
might shoot
looking
up.
for that
That
VWAP
would be great.
retracement, but down
Make
into
up this
76
loss.
because that never really came, and we're headed
Here we
right
come,
back down into
$3.
that 77. So I'm curious to know whether or not we hold that 77 as well as we did yesterday here on ARM, but I'll stay a little bit more patient there, kind of waiting for that structure to form even more. AMD kind of holding in and around that 150. Again, that strong drive yesterday, not really exhibiting the same kind of behavior today, but
you're right about that.
$3.
We're only 5 minutes
Here we
into
go.
the trading
That's
day,
$3.
right? So I think
We're up $3.
giving it some more time to kind of let it settle in. Again, last day of the trading day. It's a Friday. I'm personally expecting it to be slow, and I'm sure others are as well. And some of these tickers are showing that, yeah, we haven't really gone anywhere too far off of these opening ranges.
Going high
here.
enough for
Also
me, man. I
watching
was in the
Intel,
negative.
of course, Intel that $50 mark. $50. Okay, so that $50 mark of weekly support does hold right off the open. So a little bit of distinct and different behavior
gonna
happening
take the-
here
I'm
on
gonna take
Intel
the
as well relative
$3.
to yesterday. And
See, it's
yeah, that
already starting to pull
150.20
back.
was yesterday's low as well. I think 150.17. You can
Still,
see that,
no, it's only
Wednesday,
9:30.
Thursday, and I guess today as well.
See,
a little
the
bit in the
Bitcoin,
pre-market, this level of
market
holding
runs
as support. We're pretty much in a
concurrent.
range between this 50
I think I
and
said that
some
right.
change into the
With
51. So again,
the
I'll
stock
stay
market.
patient. But let me know what you guys are trading in the chat there. We can take a look at some of those
There it
names as
goes.
well.
$3.
we do have a DAR quickly.
Come on, $3.
XPeng moving to the high side, up over 3.5%. It announced this morning that it's expanded its driver assistance system in 27 more cities in China. So keep an eye out for XPEV, guys.
All right. Thank you, Adara, for that news, and thank you, Obi, for all of that. Like, as if, like, now we're 70 cents in the money on this stupid stock. Like, so frustrating. So what have I learned? That's honestly okay. First of all, new position right now. We're not really into Fisker. We're gonna wait for that one. It's Uber that we just took a little bit on right now. We're gonna wait to see what does happen now with Uber moving forward. So we just took a little bit out there. We're short only at 85. We got a 77
Come on,
there on
baby.
that dip. The 50 period, or sorry, the 200 period moving average is 65.
Give me
So I feel
$4.
like that should be reasonable to put an order somewhere in and around there. But here we go, man. AMD, like this name, you just mentioned it being relatively strong, or sorry, weak into the open and
Give me
some time. Well, I
325.
think that's what I'm trying to do.
325.
Right now, it is
325.
just like pretty wild back and forth. Like we got out there at 149.50, and then look at this. Like now, what the hell is it doing? This name is like moving dollar at a time for really a reason that I can't find.
I'll take the 3.
Right now. Just very, very
'Cause it's
volatile
gonna
off the
pull back.
open.
I
Like
got-
we just went down to
take-
149
303.
flat and then just bought right back up through that level again. So, yeah. Let's
350,
buy some of these dips and see
340.
if 149
Give me
is exactly
350,
the thing to
350.
do. So we'll have to watch out for that.
350.
All right, what else is moving around? Like you said, Uber long. someone likes?
350.
Okay, I don't mind the Uber
350.
long. I mean, our
Give me
out
$4.
on Uber
Give me
was going to be
$4.
here. We
Give me
talked about it. We're
$4.
only out of
Give me
10%,
$4.
or no, 15% of Uber.
on, there's
Where's going to be the
358.
out if we're wrong on Uber? Well, we just tagged 63. So I feel like that's a good out. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to
We're
get out
above
at
the
this rate through
VWAP. This
63
is the
and take
VWAP
about a
right here.
15 cent
This is
hit,
what
which
they're
why my
talking
next-
about. This is
Oh, we
like a
actually got some
moving
fills down there in the
average.
60s. Okay, I was going to say,
351,
that's why I'm looking to get out in the 60s. So
351,
let's see if that can be the case
351.
there. For Uber, Fisker coming right back to life right now.
at the
Look
volume.
at that.
The volume will
why?
grow
Why,
here.
Sean? Why are we not long 63s there on Fisker? It's
gotta be
Oh,
long,
man.
man.
That's a couple
Come
days in a
on,
row
man.
that we were looking at the wrong sort of name.
350.
You know, my bad on that one. We should have been looking straight in the face of Fisker down there at the 200 period. Or sorry,
So
yeah, the
we're
200
gonna put a
period moving average on a 1
stop
minute chart.
loss
Okay, there goes AMD again, man. I'm gonna put an offer this time at like 150.20 or so. See if we can make a little bit of money back on this one if we blast through 150. I'm also trying to buy lower here on AMD just against that 149. Obi, let's see what happens.
Yeah, so I think that Google is kind of showing itself that 140. Again, I do have it written down as a bit of a level there, and we're pretty much chopping and turning in and around that. 17.1 is right there. We've barely gone anywhere on the NQ in terms of this opening range. We're pretty much trading in and around the open.
42,618.
And Amazon's still holding on onto this 153 area. Again, it's been a little bit of a weekly support or a support area. If you look a little left on the chart, there goes the ES kind of pumping up to the upside there. I'm curious to know what we do with this 17.1. Again, I've been speaking about this before. I've been documenting and keeping track and learning a lot from what we're doing in and around this 17 thou test on the NQ. Again, I've said this before, a little bit of interesting price action every about 100 points, but I have no idea what it kind of, if it even has any sort of like distinct behavior in and around every 1,000 points. But as of late, the chop and churn and the volatility and a lot of again, yeah, just the chop around the area is very interesting. As a lot of the other tickers, you can see that consolidations happen a lot more on some of these constituents, and that's what I've noticed there. You can tell Nvidia consolidating in and around that 500, Amazon consolidating above this 150, and again that 260 on Tesla as well. Apple 195, 193s very interesting as well. Kind of sideways consolidation at 375 on Softy, still kind of an interesting place to interact with over the past few weeks. So I guess that's kind of the observation I've had in terms of what the 17th thou test and the churn has brought along with the NQ and relative to its constituents. But yeah, it's definitely been an interesting few weeks going into the end of the year there, Sean. So just a few observations that I've made. But taking a quick check of the market pulse, as that 153 base again on weekly, buyers were here on the week over the past few days, and it seems like they're showing up again. So just a simple idea there, and it seems to be working out all right. And Softy kind of raging to the upside, made is this new highs on the week? No, Tuesday we had higher highs on Tuesday, 376.90 being the high on Softy. So let's take a quick look so I can show you guys what I'm talking about right here. So a nice little pop into some of those highs, and we come right back in, still holding some of these levels. But Apple with that
I
193.
actually took the short on Apple.
Yeah, the one from off of yesterday's levels.
Do you like that?
Yeah, I mean I like.
Well, no, I'm
you
short at
pretty heavy yesterday.
193. I'm short at 193.55.
Okay, so you pretty much right
Wow,
here.
look
And
at
these-
AMD.
and
$5
These were
man.
decent
Damn it.
sell areas from yesterday.
AMD is like. There's two ways I could solve the problem. One is that we just don't take the breaks in the morning, but the breaks in the morning have been fine as of late, especially when I feel like we're trading the right momentum-based names, and I've already justified it with AMD. I thought AMD was right, right there. But the thing is that I hit it with too many shares. It's not even like it was that many shares, honestly. But that sucks. It's just, anyways. I can tell you whatever. It wasn't even that many shares. I had 500 shares. I bought it through 150, went down a buck against me. I took the $500, and that was that, right? So unfortunately, that was a hit there on AMD. We did buy some back. Wow, now it's gonna go all the way up. It's all the way up. What's up, Adara?
Backed holdings here. BKKT. This is a crypto-related name, pulling back a little bit now, but still up about 15%. Keep an eye on this one, BKKT, guys.
Yeah, it's another crypto name there. Uber does take 63, so you guys are right about that one. Look at Fisker right now. Let's go. Again, another name, man. The number one name here on the stick. You know, we got it. It's Fisker, man. It's 10% in the money right now. Sorry, we're long at 171. It's 10 cents. It's about 7% in the money. There goes Fisker to the upside, man. And I'm actually waiting at 80. Oh, I am waiting. Oh, I'm waiting at 84. Okay. So we just touched highs 82 we're at there right now. So let's see if we can get going there on Fisker. Good take on AMD again, as we made a little bit back. So we just made 80 cents back on that one. Did Mara just break 30? Give me a break. Why am I not in HUT yet? What is Mara doing? Okay, so watch out for Mara. Mara breaking 30 was something that I wanted to look at. I saw some people there like, watch Mara. But yeah, it's right here. $30. We're looking at that. And then the name that I wanted to look at was HUT. That's not there, but it's bouncing off of 1670. It's not like a great trade or anything by any stretch of imagination, but Bitcoin is now above 43,000. So let's check out what Coinbase is doing actually. Okay, so Coinbase on the way down. So pretty choppy right now. I'm still looking at a 188 break possibly there on Coinbase. We did get more Apple shares. This is going to be a name that I have to let it go, like Frozen style on AMD, because like, oh man, for that to have been a hit, this kind of sucks right now.
A little bit choppy.
Yeah, just a little bit choppy, I guess, right? A good call on that one. Yeah, definitely missed opportunity there by not holding on to that long.
There's
all the way.
410,
But like I said,
411.
just too many shares. Like you have 500 shares. Like if that breaks 149, it's still not even that big of a hit, but that's $800 straight off the open.
411.
It's kind of like we've made
on,
money.
give me
It's
4.
fine. It's not the end of the
Give
world.
me 4 and
we
I'll
have a
be
number.
happy.
Let's go over to Adara.
Come on, give me
Getting
4.
the Chicago PMI in here. Previous is 55.8, consensus 51, forecast 50. We're just waiting for it to populate here. We just got it, so 46.9. So this is lower than the forecast of 50 and lower than the previous of 55.8. Chicago PMI coming in at 46.9, guys.
Dude, I'm long AMD 149.30.
Oh wow.
But the idea.
Oh, it's dropping too fast.
F you, AMD.
I might have to get
No,
out.
no. But what I'm saying is, I've already lost all the money on this trade. It's like it broke. Like you said, we were taking it to 150. I should have just punched out at 150. Instead, I waited for 159. Well, I did get some
should've
out
took
there
it
at
at the 4.
149.90. It's not.
But I took it at
wasn't
the
the
3.
maximum hit, but still, like for AMD to now be ripping where it is, and again, it's
'Cause
like
now I have
we
a
have two
good
names on
chance
here.
if it
Fisker and
starts
AMD
to
both are
reverse,
doing exactly
I'm
the
getting in
dance
on the
that we thought
downside.
I'm red. It's like ridiculous
So we're
that's
just
there.
gonna sit
Uber
back and
again,
wait.
look, takes out 63, makes that move up, now move down. The thing about it is the Nasdaq is right now just green and right at VWAP. So I'm wondering about a punch long now in some of these names, but.
And
You know,
we got 13
really
minutes,
the only
so
position that I have
in the
on of
next
significant
candle,
value,
we'll
we have
find out if
Fisker,
we're going to go
that's
long
fine. And
again.
AMD, we've been piecing it out. So I'm happy with
So
the
that was a good
$1.70 in the
trade.
money, but
We're back
honestly,
up to
I'm not happy
31,
with the way I performed on that for
91.
sure. Here goes Apple.
It's half
It's still
the
under
account,
the 200 period.
so.
We've averaged it in. We've taken some outs right there. 193.80,
That would have been
a
cool.
level there on Apple that I sort of have to watch out for, but I was watching out for 194. I know all this stuff happened early, and I'm going to watch out for that, but a breakthrough VWAP there at 194 is what's going to concern me the most, and that's where we'll get out. So I do want to average into some more shares here. I just want to make sure I am offering in 80s, yes. So if we do pop up, we do have that position for sure on that one. Thank you for the subscription, all-rounder, and everybody else. Thank you so much for watching the show and supporting us every single day, despite me punching long and now being huge in the money on AMD and not being up anything. Mullen up though, 15% again. Look at Mullen, man, nice move up. Again, I sometimes talk about these reverse splits don't work out well.
So
but
I
Mullen
think
seems
one
to
of
be,
my rules is
saying,
going
"Hold
to
my beer
be
to that,"
get out at a
as
dollar.
well. Good out for me at the top there. We got out
Get
at
out at a dollar.
157.5,
Don't let it ride
on
that
AMD.
all the way
I'm
down.
just to
And
get out of all of this. I have to regroup and trade this a little bit better. It's only 948, so we'll figure that out. And it was a good number that just came through thanks to Adara.
1
for
p.m.
that
we'll
one.
be going
We're just
over
gonna
the
watch out
trading
now where
Bible
this
and
market
going
goes.
over
The big position for me is trying to
candlesticks,
build into
candlestick
something like
patterns.
Apple.
Yeah, that AMD definitely like really,
So
really
I'm
volatile.
gonna put a
Again,
matter of
as
fact, I'm gonna look for
expected, it's
that right
raging
now.
to the upside. 150,
And,
not really expecting it to be that clean there.
put the
and
link in
it's
the
showing us
description.
exactly that, not clean at all. And that 151 comes in, 151.05s being the high, and then we pull back all the way back down to 150 halves before reclaiming the 80s there. And the market as well, kind of chopping around in and around that 17.1 as well. Amazon is holding that 153 as of right now. We got back up to pre-market highs, and that's pretty decent there. Let's see how far we can get with that. 153 support again is the idea there. 151 potentially coming in here on AMD, but yeah, let's see what it does with this opening range high here. This is what I'm looking at right here. So we're holding above some of these levels here. 150 halves holding as of right now. Let's give it some room to work. Let's give it some time. But yeah, take a look at some of these levels from yesterday that we're also holding above. That 150.40 was yesterday's high, and we're just holding above that level right now, attempting to push into that 151 as well as the NQ. Kind of again, a little bit of a chop and churn, but you can see if you take a look at some of these 15-minute candles, we have been making higher highs and higher lows relative to kind of this flush in the pre-market we got coming into what is this 8:15ish a.m. there. So yeah, that 17.1, we're about to knock on the door of that. Let's see if 151 comes in. I'm looking at Nvidia as well, Sean. Oh boy, did we miss that?
Oh boy.
499.98 is the high. So potential for that 500 to come in, and we talked about how the AMD 150 could be nice.
You could go get some Nvidia.
If Nvidia also pushes through that 500, so 500 knocking on the door, only about 75 pennies away on Nvidia for that, and AMD holding this 150.50 as well. I'm curious to know what ARM is up to. Let's take a quick look.
Yeah, I forgot about
77, Sean. It's
Hold on, how was that level that you were talking about?
it's a bit of an
Look at
interesting level
Fisker.
from yesterday, I think.
All right. Look. Yeah. No. ARM. You were talking to me about ARM earlier, even before we started the show. So that might be something you want to look at for sure. Okay. So the number. I mean, here. Let's just go over this. Like we had Fisker 155 long. We took the 171.
I tell you
We
what,
talked about
man,
that. Now Fisker's at 186.
I
So that's
will
10+%
send that.
now
If you would
in
like
money,
a
which is an
copy,
absolutely
I'll
great
put
trade.
that in
And
the
then
chat
AMD
so
right
that
now is
anybody
at this
sees
level,
this.
but that was something to look at. We're still
put
waiting
it
for HUD 8, and then there's ARM by dips. So I just wanted to bring that up because we did talk about ARM earlier, but maybe not enough for
Like
that
a
kind of a
copy.
strength spot right there on ARM. So AMD is pulling back in. I want to give AMD one more shot. I will look at ARM, but AMD is the one that's falling here a little bit. That might be the time to go short now on AMD, but I'm not
What do they say?
ready to do
DM
that. It would have
message
been
me.
at
What
151
is
is
it?
probably
Messenger
where we
me?
should have done that, but
You can
for right
Telegram.
now, I still think,
Tell-
honestly, looking at this chart, we could actually take out 149 again. We haven't done it yet, but we could take this out. I mean, yesterday we had a nice move down on AMD.
'Cause I don't know
basically
about-
sort
uh-oh.
of from these levels where we're at right now. Like, so we hit
got
that,
too much.
and then when we got down to 149, we kind of barcode a little bit and then hit this down into these levels. So I'm just wondering if AMD really wants to
It's
get
gonna
spicy and then go back into 148 and change. I'm probably going to leave this one alone, especially if it doesn't. We're going to try 149.
I got
but
an error.
Let's just
It
watch
says
out for that
YouTube.
149. If that breaks, let's get out immediately
error.
and then see what happens down there. But I will try to catch a little bit of a
If
falling
it goes
knife,
out,
but
then
not
I'll
a
come
dollar
back
away from
on
here is where we're
and
looking at
cast
it.
another stream.
All right, so obviously as this market continues to
So
go up,
see
we're
what
right
it
at
says.
17.1 right now. We've talked about this 17.1 a couple times. There's the bottom from the morning. We hit it. We ripped back up to the upside. Now we're right back at 17.1 and doing itself a dance, basically. Yesterday, we'll go to Adar in one
Not
second, but there's
maintaining
17.1
smooth
coming
streaming.
into play. Yesterday, the highest we got was 17.150. So watch out, especially if we can hold this bid. There could be something there. 17.150 could be our next
Maybe
target. So
working.
50 handles higher from here. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, this BGC group ticker is BGC. This one's on the move. It actually just made new lifetime highs after adjusting its revenue outlook to be on the high end of the previous outlook and expecting stronger earnings and revenue growth coming into the next quarter, guys.
All right.
That's a good trade.
Right.
I'm glad
So
I
that's
made
good.
that money out.
Apple coming up to the upside. We're going to work on some mic issues there. I was not clear on
See how it's
exactly that
going
in the
down?
report, but
I'm not gonna-
193.80 right now coming on Apple. This is where we try to get some short. I was actually waiting at 85,
Jesus.
where the 50 period moving average is. We may have to change that a little bit. Let's take something now at 75 just in case. So there it is. We take a little bit more short there at 75. We're trying to go against this 194. And again, the actionable trade again, Apple 19, that's the Nasdaq, sorry. Apple here at 194. You know, it's been sort of the top spot there. That's 194.11. So that could be something to look at. I just want to get out if it breaks 194. VWAP is already out 93s, 193.93. So we'll be above that. There is some wick highs here, but I'm just going to get out on a quick 194 break. But right now we're flat on the trade, so nothing to worry about on that one. As here comes AMD, man, kind of as we mentioned, could be a little bit of a fade play here on AMD. Just need to get a little bit lower. And then, of course, Uber right back sort of where we were short. We took the win, then took the hit. Uber's cup of coffee, but I still like the short in this name, I think. Just the market has to fade out a little bit. I may put on another try here on Uber against the high of 63 again. Well, we may have to wait for that 63.15. Let's just wait on all this. Really, a bigger position is happening right now in Apple against that level. So let's see if that works. Maybe Palantir, Alibaba. What about your Amazon today? Have you looked at that?
Yeah, it's working out. I kind of again I stopped out initially on the first try. I got in a little too early there, 153. I like the price, but again a little bit of a cheeky initial entry there. The 152.70 is kind of showing the bid a little bit more, and we do break through that 153.50.
You're with me
153.5
live.
as we're
This is
testing in
live,
and around this
trading with the Living
17.1.
Legacy
We're
Group.
right there again. So yeah, that
I am the
153
group.
support weekly kind of over the past few
Looking
days.
for
It's
people
shown
to
itself, and
join,
it's showing
so
them,
like, subscribe,
again
join the
today.
channel.
So it did get a little bit long there, and it punched longer into the 153 break as well. So it's working out all right for now. Let's see if we can get to that 154 area, kind of the top of the range there. On again, if you look back all the way to last Thursday, we've pretty much been chopping and churning in and around this like 1 point range there on Amazon. So let's see if that range will come into fruition today. But again, I do have to kind of heed Neil's advice every now and then when he says, "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth." And if the market is paying me, I should be taking
Get
some
it.
every now and then along the way.
Get
there.
it.
But yeah, I do have a kind of a target at 154. Let's see how far we can get there. We are printing 153 halves off of a weekly support hold, but I do want to piece off a little bit here just to kind of lock in a little bit of the move there. So AMD holding that 150 as of right now, still giving it room to work. Like I said, we're consolidating and holding above yesterday's highs, and I want to give it that space to really kind of let it figure itself out. If we're going to continue on the day, we're going to be pushing through that 151, and if we're not, we push back through that 150 again as well. So I'll continue to watch this. I'm kind of exercising that thesis using a few shares there in the market at 150 hold for a continuation long off of yesterday's strength. Again, not only yesterday's strength, AMD has been hella strong going into the end of the year, Sean.
said hella
So
strong.
looking like a little bit squeezy on the larger time frames as
AMD?
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
The 150.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at me. It's right back upside. It's right at the level that we had talked about yesterday's high. So we're going to have to watch out for that. And by the way, man, like, what a moonshot Fisker's been right now. Like, you know, we took that 1.7. This is in the pre-market, isn't it? Or right as the market opened? Yeah, 928. we wanted that pre-market break. So again, kind of different strategies that I'm looking at over and over again here today. And that was, we had that Microsoft. That was yesterday, Microsoft. We had that move break high on AMD, and that was the level that we're at right now. And unfortunately, it tanked pretty aggressively there off the open, and then made that nice move up. So we're gonna let that settle down. I'm short Amazon now, and it's not against your trade or anything. It's just at this level. And just like you mentioned, that maybe we could get a little bit of a dip here, and don't look said horse in the mouth. So we're gonna do the same thing on the short, man, and then we're starting to get a little bit out. So here comes the move in. It just bounced. I was actually bidding there. Oh, did I get that bid? I might have got it. I thought I was bidding 47. I was bidding 48, so we got it. Okay. So we get that 48, so that's only 7 cents, but the risk is to the high side right now. So if we, if this breaks through 60, we're going to be out shortly after that. So let's see if Amazon wants to work down to the downside. We did talk about building a bigger position in Apple, and you can see that's trying to make moves, but not enough of anything now. We're 10 cents in the money. Let's just put a bid and take that at 53. So we do take a little bit of it out there. You can see we just put that bid and got filled. So now let's see what happens with the remainder of Apple. We still have the whole position on, but hey, if this market pulls back in, and again, we're dancing at that 17.1. So, all right, what do you guys want to look at right now? Noah says FLJ chart. So let's go over and have a quick look at that one. What is this anyways? Lee Group Limited? What are you even trading, Noah? Honestly, FLJ.
Lee Group?
I forgot I turned the mic off. I said,
one of these ones.
so-
Okay. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you about this. What's up with maybe Adara FLJ? I don't know. This is a nice mover. It looks like it was reverse split. Obviously, had that huge move to the upside, and now you want to go long reverse split names, man. Noah, honestly, that's going to be up to you. I feel like this is going to be a risk. If it's your largest position you've mentioned today, then you're not really caught yet. Yesterday's bottom.
I
It
can
looks
get
like
out too.
right there is right where we're at right
We
now.
got
That's
$4 to go.
48.
get
So
out.
I would say you kind of got to respect this 142. If you break below
Wait.
that, where we sort of bounced today, then I don't know where the next level of support is, right? I mean, you can go back a little bit even more than that into the last couple of days down here at like 120, 130. But if it's a big position for you, then you're in trouble now. So I would watch out for that breaking through 142. Thank you so much for the question, but honestly, I have way bigger fish to fry right now. Amazon and Apple are actually decent sized positions, so I need them to move, and I need them to move down. So hopefully that will happen. Get down, and we'll be able to take a couple bids here, especially if we break VWAP. I think the futures will snap if we can break that VWAP. So here we go. Oh no. Please don't never let me say that again. It's not about Dak. I had Dak in fantasy, man. I mean, he's having
These
the best year
guys.
probably of his career statistically wise. And so congratulations to Cowboys fans all around the world. All around the world. That reminds me of an Oasis song. I love Oasis. Do you like Oasis, Adara? Is that a boomer thing again? Oh wait, Wonderwall?
I don't
How do you guys
know.
not know? You don't know who Oasis is?
Oasis. I know
Isn't
who
that like
Oasis is.
it's like a little lagoon of water in the middle
No.
of the desert? No, not that one.
Good one. I like that.
Oasis?
It's a good one. I mean, it's a good reference for sure.
But yeah, okay. No, I don't really, I didn't really recognize that reference there, Sean. But maybe you can enlighten me later on with some of their music.
Well, they
there.
think that they're the best band in the world.
Okay.
But they haven't had an album in, I think, in like 15 years. So.
All right. That 17-1 kind of.
Oh, there's
just stopping and
Gallagher.
turning as of right now. Yeah. What? Gallagher? That. Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Nice.
All right, we have Adara coming up in a couple seconds, so let's go over to the desk and find out what is it happening now?
What do you think about putting in a
By that
trade
thing now, I
down?
also have the story with FLJ. So this was reported initially yesterday, but
try
FLJ
that.
had completed a $108
sell
million
in.
cash purchase of Alphamine Technologies. So they completed that
going
acquisition
down.
and then terminated another
We'll
acquisition
try it
they were
out.
supposed to do with Leanne. So just some news there on FLJ. In terms of what's happening now,
it could be a
the
false,
SPY more or
so,
less flat,
like,
just
if it
slightly
goes
positive right
beyond
now. We did also earlier get the Chicago PMI
91
lower
cents,
than
we're gonna
expected
get
and the
out.
previous. So that's the main things happening in the market right now.
91
a little bit
cents
slower
is
as
our
we
market.
ease into this final trading
That's our
day of
close.
2023. But we do have some individual stock movers to talk about, including XPeng. I mentioned this one earlier. This one up over 4% right now after expanding its driver assistance system into 27 more cities in China. We also have another Chinese ADR story here. Baidu, BIDU, their chatbot Ernie now has surpassed 100 million users. So this is an OpenAI competitor, up 1.3% right now, guys. Last but not least, Lyft. This one down, tried to make a move to the upside, now back into the downside here.
See, we started in a gap,
but a price
so
target
we
increase.
started
Lyft
at that
definitely an interesting
price
one today
of
as well.
42,988.
By Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Just go to surgetrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off.
Wow. Hey, there you go, guys.
We were able to get some out in that Champagne Supernova that just happened on Amazon right now. We got a nice little bid there into the 30s, so that was a good one, man. Again, we only have a couple hundred shares. It's not like it's a huge position for us or anything like that. But
We're
again,
already
would
in the
like
money
to
on
get it
2
out and
cents.
some profit as it's been a fun
Let's catch
day
it on
here.
down.
Just not early on for me. I mean, if I could sort of put that little flash.
We're
like,
scalping.
erase your memory from that first couple minutes there. I would do that.
Nebulizer.
Is that what it's called? Yeah. So nebulizer. So that's what I would like right now. But look at that. We did get out of Fisker. You got to get out when these things start to moon. So we still have some positions on. We still have 40% on in Fisker. It's still a good trade. I think I'm going to put another out here at 83 if we do spike back up. But I'm glad that we talked about it when it was up there. To give people a good idea.
So
of
for
the
some
levels
people
there.
that
So there it goes,
join
man. Your Amazon is working
later
out.
on
We were
or
way
check
hot
the
on
video out,
because we got out there and just took some more positions.
sometimes
out
what
there
they're
as it
talking
breaks
about
that high.
may
So good job
seem
there
like
on,
way
on
over
that
your
one,
head,
Obi.
but it's real
We should
simple.
have
That's why
I mean, we're
I'm
fine.
gonna
We're flat on it.
bring it
we should have
down
focused
and
well, we
show
haven't
you
focused on
exactly
Apple.
what they're talking
And
about.
we talked about how
'Cause
that
it
was
could
going to
be
be a larger position for us, so it is. And then now here comes Apple
that's
right
what it
back
may
in
sound
again.
like right now.
As the market is trying to get
But
downside.
then
I'm
what
gonna
I
take
have
one
to
more
do
shot
is
here
get
on
you
Amazon,
used to
against that 70 level, and then if
what
it doesn't
they're
work, it
talking,
doesn't work.
and I'm going to show you.
But
I'm
yeah,
gonna give you
Apple
some
kind of
visual
just cratered a little
tools.
bit there on, like I thought, the futures breaking through would be
Stay
something.
tuned about 1
The one
o'clock.
thing I have to fix is what I'm doing again right now, and that is like buying. There we go. I'm going to try to get out at 37 if we can. There we go. We get it. Is getting back into names that just aren't working and being stubborn about it. So like right now, I'm being a little bit stubborn about Amazon right now by being back into the short. We've already lost once on it, so maybe we shouldn't be back in it. It's just I thought with this futures coming back in like this, we would have, like I said, if the futures broke that view up, I thought we could crash in. But there's something pretty important that Michael Noss mentioned there today on the chat on the pod. What day is it? Mentioned earlier was Friday. Yeah, good. Mentioned earlier, and that was that if the stock is not participating in the rally or is not moving, and he was talking about Tesla and sort of the overextension of this market, and that Tesla's not moving like the other big names. Maybe Tesla is not the long that we all thought, and we got to sort of think about that sometimes as we take our positions here as day traders as well. So let's just be careful with everything. I think we're good, but yeah, we need to be better, right? And so let's just continue with that theme here and try to make a little bit of decisions that matter. We just took out some more Amazon there at 150, and then here we go, nice little downside move for Apple. I believe we just got to fill in the 20s or so on that one. We got 31s on Apple. So far so good as we continue to watch out for that name. It's Apple, and for right now, it's the short that I have on. Amazon, we have the short, and then AMD still $1 in the money, waiting to see what happens. As it's kind of barcoding right now. Do I use hotkeys? What's up to Todd Kill? Yes, I do. So basically the whole keyboard for us is how we execute trades. So it's all the F keys you can completely, and it's Prosper Pro. So shout out to P Pro 8 and a proprietary. Jeez, that's loud in my ear. Oh my God. Hello? Hello? I hope that didn't blast everybody else's ear either, but I feel like that was louder than normal right there. That worked, Fabian. There's no doubt about that. But now I've lost my train of thought. But what was it? I don't know.
Apple? You were talking about Apple?
I don't know, an apple a day. Oh, well, here comes Apple back in right now. No, yeah, I mean, I think it just stick with what's been working for everybody. Oh, it was that Michael Noss thought. It was just that if it's not working out for you, like this Amazon, like Apple now just moved 20 cents down on nothing. Meanwhile, Amazon gets that break of VWAP and the move down, and Amazon actually goes up. Sure, we got a nice out there at the 200 period. We probably should have got it all out there before getting stopped out But anyways, it is what it is. As this market continues to be a tricky one today, I feel like, anyways, bouncing around, we're flat again. This reminds me of yesterday, Obi, where we just kind of hung around all day and had to be patient and wait for specific moves. So let's just do that.
It's like you know that meme. It's like, oh, what are you doing? You know, just hanging around. It's kind of like that happening. And we're just hanging around in and around that 17-1. So
all right.
yeah, a bit of a chop and churn across the board here. Again, Apple to the downside, Softy to the upside, Alpha to the upside, Nvidia kind of just underneath that 500 still. Amazon trying to push for that 154, kind of staying within that weekly range, right? And here comes AMD kind of pushing back up. Let's see how far we can get into that 151. But that
Take the
150
33
holding
cents?
pretty nicely. VWAP
Or
holding,
should we wait? We could
nicely
take
as
33 cents
Again,
on this
that
trade.
17.1 kind of building. ES not really doing
Let's,
too much.
look at,
We did kind of pull
50
back
cents.
up and revert about
Oh,
50%.
here we go,
Almost
50
about
cents.
50%
Come on,
of the
give me
move
a
that we've had
dollar.
since what is this, 3 a.m.
We're
here,
waiting for that down.
2:30-ish,
See this red
give or take an
cloud
hour, because I
here?
think we are these charts are an
That's
hour
what we're
behind
waiting.
on the
Ooh,
CME.
look
Yep,
at
yeah,
it.
right.
Yeah, we might be able to make $5 or $6
yeah,
off
so
of
The
that.
charts are, okay.
But the
yeah,
thing
so
is,
this would be like,
is
if
that
it says 2:30 here, it'd be 3:30 our time.
Right.
But yeah, so ES kind of doing that
thing
about a
is-
50% reversion there. Amazon pushing up into
is we have this
154.
open
I'm still
here.
patiently waiting. Again,
If
like I said,
we
I want to wait
make
for structure to kind
$5,
of come
we
in
can
and
cancel
build.
this out.
And the only thing I really
Well,
saw
we
that
got the-
was
no,
holding
it'll be
some
$10
sort of structure was
'cause
the
it's only
Amazon
36 cents now.
Amazon weekly kind of or like
And
that
it could go
consolidation
up to
low
the
from last
upside. It could go wham. But
Thursday. You can see if you pull
what
up the
I'd have
chart,
to do
we've been kind of consolidating
is,
and holding in and around that
break it
153
down.
area, and we're
See,
catching
we're
a
in the
slow and
1 hour
steady,
chart.
grindy bid back to the top of the range. And again, this is the thing: VIX is low, volatility is
All right,
low.
we're gonna
I
turn
don't
him
wanna
down for a
expect
second.
too much to-
So the thing is that if we break this down into say a 5-minute chart, then we can kind of develop a ceiling. We can develop. Oh, you can't see it because of my big head is in the way. Let's do this. Let's open it. All right. So now that I can bring it back this way. All right. There you go. So the thing is check this out. We can take it down to a 5-minute chart and we can extend it. All right. And as we extend it, we're looking for resistance and support. Resistance and support is where, like right here, okay? This right here, let me put this line. This horizontal line right here, that represents how this price, it respected this zone. So it went through, but then it came back down. The bears pushed it back down. When you look at the candles going down, that's the bears pushing down. They're pushing down. Now you got the bulls trying to make a comeback. Okay, they're pushing up. You have to remember, this is on Bitcoin on the 5-minute chart. So we went from an hour to 5 minutes. So that way you can break down what's the movements are in the market. So had we been in the 5-minute chart, we could have seen this, okay? We could have got out here before it ran here, but we're on the 1 hour because I run this thing from 8 to 4. So we're running on hours. When we break down and look at the analysis, that's when we go ahead and we start to figure out where are our ceilings. Now we're going to look for, what we're looking for is one of these sharp. This isn't really sharp, but it's sharp enough because it kept, see, if it was really sharp, let me show you a really sharp. Let me see. Can't find, oh, here we go down here. Okay, here you go. See right here? This was a sharp. This little thing right here, this point. Now look, if I put a line here, put a line here. Oh, did I do it? Okay, I put that line there. Now, all of a sudden you can go over, you're always going to look from the left. You look from the left to the right. All right, so we're going to, I have to get batteries for my mouse because it's not acting right. I've been saying that for a day. Okay, but look how it lines up with these over here. That was a floor. That was a floor. It's like bouncing a ball on a floor, even though it's not. It's almost the same analogy. But you see how these little wicks came out from there and they pulled back up? It still respected it because it went back up and it went back down, and then it started to go upward into an upward trend. See right here, this is a downtrend. This is going up. If you wanted to see something that we call sideways, let me see. Come on, mouse. I have to use my finger. Oh, come on. Okay. Let's see. You could say this right here would be, no, that right there would be a sideways move. See, because it stopped right there, it went up, stopped right there, it went down, stopped right there, went up, stopped right there, went down. See, this is a sideways move, and then it continued into the upward trend. So if we even broke it down into a 1 minute scale, then you would find that, hold on 1 second, I'll be right back. So yeah, this is live, and look at what's happening to the downside. We're going into $2 on the downside. We're making profit as it crashes. It's not really crashing, but it's going down. We're in a downtrend right now. We've got $2. We can collect on that $2. We're still going to be $7, so it's going to be $5 negative, but we're making it up. And we're going to wait because that might be a false breakout. It could continue down in there, and that's a part of the lessons that we'll be teaching. So stay tuned so we can show you these chart patterns. If you haven't opened your account yet, do so. so you can follow along in demo mode. See this little red here? So we need to go ahead and get out. $2. $2. And we collected $2. So I see this cloud here. See? And remember, we're in a 1 minute chart now. So the art of this is to scalp as much as you can. And I'm sorry for switching back and forth, but I haven't figured it out yet how. Matter of fact, I can figure it out. I'll just have to do this way. Woo! Man, look at that drop. Look at that drop. Oh, man. Now, see, I would want to try to put a buy in, but we're in the wrong territory. It's only $7 in a drop. See this red cloud, this green cloud up here? We have to finish this. So that's why I'm not really panicking, because look, this is the VWAP. Matter of fact, this is the VWAP. This is our volume. So we've got a lot of volume that came down, but then we opened up and we made, I think it was maybe $5 now. We'll have to check the balance. But check how this is moving back to the upside. So we could, put a trade in right here. We'll wait for the next candle. And wait for the next candle and put a trade on the upside. We're going to break this down here. No, we shouldn't. We'll just leave that there at a 1 hour scale so we can see. This is the bird's eye and this is zooming in. So we can actually ride this candle back up. That's the idea. If we can ride this candle back up, then we'll get into a rhythm of catching the market just right. So we can ride it up and ride it down until we get back to our original. We're back up to $33.97. So, and if it does start to plummet again, if it breaks this 10 moving average, which it might, we just hit another sell. So let's go ahead and do that and see what happens. It's going to start us off at negative 52. We bought in at 42.66520, and we're just waiting. Now this might build us a certain pennant, a flag. Either way, we're enjoying the downturn that it's doing. Let's catch some more money. I usually don't like to trade more than one or two trades at a time now because I got caught, and that got me. It brought me into the negative. So we're just going to wait for this. We're going to keep our open position to the buy side. We're going to continue our position to the sell side, and as soon as we make $1, we will go ahead and exit that trade. But we're watching this screen is a 1 minute screen, and then this screen is all right. If we hit $1, we're closing it. There's 75 cents. $0.90. We're out. We're out. Because it might turn around. So see, now what we did was we minimized our loss. So now we don't have the loss of just letting it ride and building more negative equity into that. So we'll wait for the next candle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And what are we going to do? Is it going to go up now? Is this, see, now this is why I like to watch it in a 1 hour frame, because we're now watching this coin go up. So it started to go down and then it shot up. So we consider this a mini breakout, I would guess. So let's see what the volume does. We're at 42,761 and rising. See, because look at this green cloud, look at the red cloud over here. That's why it's, man, you don't want to miss out, but you don't want to risk too much. Because see, we won't, our trade won't open until it reaches a certain point. So I would think if it goes past this, go ahead and make the trade. Thanks for joining me today. We're going to be continuing live. At 1 p.m. we'll start the sessions on learning candlesticks. But right now, I bet you this is, since this was such a drastic move in the 1 minute chart, that will be a consolidation. Remember when we said a consolidation? What is a consolidation? A consolidation is where it respected this line. See how it respected that? So it respected that line there. It went up. It stopped right here. So we're looking for it to go back to the downside. We'll put that there like that. We move it a little bit up. No, not the whole chart, just this right there. So it came back to the downside. So are we looking for it to go straight through? I would think yes. So that's when I would put in a trade. But see, we have to make sure. See how it rejected? Did you see that? See how it rejected that? A lot of people would have lost money there because they would have put in there, like me, I would have been going to the downside. That's what Trader TV Live, they're teaching this, but it's going so fast. I want to kind of slow it down so you don't miss the points. See how that's a top, that's a spinning top, that's a Mirabushi candle, that's a hammer. So when you know these patterns, you can see what I said about a consolidation. It might stay in this consolidation for the continuation of this green cloud. And then it may go back down. See how it respected those lines? So this is what I mean. This is not just a gamble thing. There is real money to be made. If you're out of work and you have the time, you can start as little as $50 in joining our group. We'll teach you, educate you on how you can then multiply that 50 to whatever you'd like, because we're going to do our trading. We're going to be trading the Bitcoin until after January. We'll be still trading it because we're expecting the coin to go to $73,000 or $78,000 or $100,000. We don't know, but we're going to follow this. I'll get my man out of here. Okay. Ooh. See, there's, well, see, be careful because, see, we could have gotten in and gone to the upside with this, but I don't think it's going to profit much because when we make our trades, we don't get into the profit until after it starts at negative $1. So you start negative $1, and let's see what my daughter's talking about. I'll try it. It doesn't work for me. Oh, okay. My daughter just, I sent her a thing about gassy babies, and she said it doesn't work. But anyways, okay, see, that was a false breakout. Remember? Boom! Did you see that? Did you see that? So now I think it's time to get ready for a down. I think it's ready to, yeah, we'll get a position down. Right. Now. Okay, we opened a down position. We're looking for it to go down, but it could be a false breakout because of this cloud right here. But we can see that we're waiting. I'm pointing. I'm pointing at the screen, and I should be using my cursor. We're waiting for this cloud right here. So it'll pull back up, and we're looking for it to continue its way down. We put in our trade here. We're negative 54 cents. We're negative $7.80 because we have a buy trade at 43,668. We have added $8 to our account just by scalping. Now remember our rule: if it gets to 90 cents or above or $1, then we're out. We're out. See, we could be out right now at 65. We're out. We're out. Get out now. Get out now. Take the small loss. Because if it does shoot up to the upside, I was looking at this Marabouji. Usually when these candles are this big, it usually follows. But see, remember when I told you we still have 30 minutes into this single candle. So we're waiting for this single candle to either continue down, but we're above the 10. And I'm going to be teaching you about moving averages. We're above the 10 moving average. So we need to wait. We need to just chill. So we're going to chill back for a little bit and watch the markets. You're on the Living Legacy live channel, and we will be back in a few minutes. Thanks for joining. Oh, remember, like, share, and subscribe.
Is the top of the range in and around this.
Lowest point since May. Some crypto analysts are saying this is probably due to selling pressures because we did have that huge move up in Bitcoin, apparently 13% increase for December. So that could be what's happening here. That is the look from CoinDesk here on what's going on with Bitcoin and these miners. In terms of Bitcoin itself, pretty much hanging around just kind of below this 42,800 area. We're kind of topping around between 42,600, 42,800, but not as much movement here. Very much still in that consolidative range we've been seeing as of late. Bitcoin, yeah, as you can see here, just right above this 42.7 area. Ethereum hanging out around the midpoint of the 2,300 area. Solana, really interesting though, up 8.5%, up to 108 here. The rest of these pretty mixed, some up and some down, but I would say Solana definitely a big one to keep an eye on here, guys.
Oh shoot, I got that Amazon fill. Cancel. Thank you, Adara. So we get that Amazon fill back down there at 65. I wasn't sure if we got it, but we did get it. So I was going to put another bid out there, but we did get that on Amazon, and we just talked about it with Obi about trying to short in front of that 154. And again, although we take some cuts on Amazon, you know, you make it all back, and now you're going to go green on Amazon here. Small little cuts, and then wait for that ultimate price of 154. And I make like little sticky notes even throughout the day about prices that I'd be considering. And we wrote down Amazon at 154, and we actually talked about that as we were getting rinsed over and over again. And I said, we just gotta wait for 154. You know, there it is right there, the couple tops. Sometimes, honestly, it's like the long is way better. Obi has the way better trade, but it's just like these tops, they give them to you. So sometimes it's like no matter what kind of lines you draw up in here, you know, sometimes you just got to sort of zoom back out and see the bigger, grander picture. And like right now, here's 30 cents pretty easily on the back side of that move to the upside. So yeah, Apple's still participating. We did not, I tried to buy a little more coin down there at 175, but I'm still trying to wait for that same price I have now, 175.30. If it comes back in, fine. I probably should get out. I just want to see if it does retrace right back up to the upside, because Bitcoin's still 42,750. So ever since we've had this position, nothing's really been happening in Bitcoin. So wow, there it goes again, man. Fisker back up to day's high. You want to talk about a name that's really working? It's Fisker today. And yeah, we are getting a little bit of that money on this position. So far so good here with Fisker. By the way, bye-bye. There goes Coinbase breaking through 175. So make the money, right? Be green on the stock, but give a little bit back there as it takes down 175 again. Bye-bye Coinbase. Wow, short the pops, man. So now that I've seen this, now we know. We make the money on the long, fine, but then lose on the last, well, we didn't lose. We lost 30 cents on the last 1/3 right there. But here it comes, man. Continuously moving lower. Crypto, definitely the thing to look at right now.
Yeah, so I did punch out of most of the AMD there, because again, getting a little spooked as the NQ and the ES flushing hard to the downside. And yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna get out of everything here. Be a little bit more patient. Something's going on, so I do wanna kind of stay a little bit protected there. If the NQ is gonna flush to the downside like that, VWAP also came in quite hot, or actually we broke below VWAP. So like I said, the behavior before, we were wicking VWAP initially, but this consolidation was holding very nicely on top of VWAP, and then you get this strong flush on the market, and this first time in the past, I guess since about 10 o'clock, so almost 30 minutes. In the past 30 minutes is the first time we broke that VWAP kind of distinctly, a little bit of a behavioral change there in terms of how we've interacted with VWAP. So I'm just going to piece off and kind of let it work. We took some of our profits there. You can see we pretty much got similar prices on the way back down. That's perfectly fine. We try to capture the best. Good. But yeah, Sean, that short off the 154 coming in real nice. It's coming that 154 high of the range, and I was just like, okay, well maybe I was sitting at that 154 with an order, but then again, I'm hoping for too much. We talk about low volatility. Can you expect? You got the dollar. You got the 153 to one. You got more than a dollar, because it went down to 152.70s, right? And then went up all the way to 153.90. So you got a full point on that. About a quarter of your ATR is what you got off of the morning dip on Amazon there. And I think, again, being the last day of the year, low volatility, potentially low volume. It's not necessarily doing significant RVol. It's not necessarily in play, but we're just looking for the beta there. Just taking the chop off the potential beta move, plus confluence with weekly
We're up almost to
multi-day
$1.
structure that we've seen
know.
happening on the consolidation on Amazon. That was the trade idea there,
There's
and
there's
it
77
worked out
cents.
to its full extent. In my opinion, and if I don't want to sell when it tests 90s and I'm kind of getting greedy and I want the exact 154, that's on me, right? That's something I have to do better with and stay a lot more nimble with my positioning and my account management. But that's again something. It's something I'm still learning. It's a work in progress. But with the market flushing and making new lows like that in the opening session, I do want to piece out of my longs and reassess some of these moves there. But take a look at AMD, man. Kind of same, sure, relatively different behavior versus what we've been doing over the past half hour. But in terms of all day, we've been waking
Well, I might as
up
well
pretty
leave it
decently
anyways because
and
I'm already
recleaning. So,
$7.88.
like I said, if this move is going to happen, I think we're still
So
not
I'm
done yet.
looking
But
at
with
that
the
red
market kind
cloud.
of giving us this information
I
as of
use
right
the
now, I do want to
Ichimoku
piece
cloud.
out
I can
and
follow it better.
also kind of give it some more time to build some structure, some significant points here. Highs being at 150.80s, the 151 sellers kind of aggressive when it does come in, and then the 150 buyers also aggressive as it fails to follow through below that 150 on AMD. Again, this one doesn't really have an R-vol. Okay, Amazon actually broke trend, so great reason to sell. So down here, now it's actually breaking through the trend that we've had in the morning momentum. Again, pushing into 11 o'clock. You can expect some of the morning momentum to kind of subside, and we're seeing that happen now. So just want to respect that information coming in, and I'll stay patient. Let me know what you guys are trading. Tom is talking about FSR,
not
so let's take a
strong.
quick look at Fisker. I know Sean's still long Fisker there, but again, it was on the sticky note.
not
We talked about it
strong
doing
there.
some significant R-vol in the pre-market, and yeah,
If it was
wow,
a point,
holding
then I would
pre-market lows,
probably
breaking out of pre-market highs,
stop
and then
the
consolidating
trade, but
on
I'm
top
not,
of
because
pre-market
that's
highs before
that's
we
not-
push through towards
this
new highs
isn't
as well. 191, Sean. I didn't even. I was looking at some of these levels. I'm like, there's no way Fisker. It's a dollar.
Like this.
It's a sub
See them
$5
points?
ticker. It's $1.50. There's no way we're gonna push the $2 mark, but we did on some significant R-vol there. So I am definitely mistaken. I had 184 as a bit of a level here. Again, why is that? If you take a quick look left, 184, kind of this earnings reaction high. So I like that earnings reaction high, a little bit of a reference price at that 185, and we're holding above that reference as of right now on Fisker. A nice consolidation, again, confluenced with pre-market high, with VWAP, holding above VWAP
It's still
and
some
over
like
earnings
a
reaction high as
consolidation.
well,
That's
plus
still
doing,
consolidation.
relative volume. So
But see, I like
I
these
definitely
points
missed out
instead of
on this
those.
trade as it was a name on the sticky, and it's doing the dues here above that 180 mark. Yeah, the NQ is kind of flushing to the downside here. I'm still waiting to see what the next trade is. But yeah, Santa Claus rally, who? Exactly.
Yeah, it looks like we might only be up 1% by the time the Santa Claus is finished here at the end of the day, but we'll wait to see. We'll wait to see. Coinbase making a nice move back, but Mara not really. Coinbase bottomed out there. Can you believe it? At 173. We started the day at 185, 188. Down $13 and now 6%
Damn.
on Coinbase as that continues to march lower, and that kind of sucks. That's for sure. The trade on Amazon was an absolute banger. I know you just talked about it. AMD's come all the way back in right now pretty aggressively as well. I'm not even sure I want this long. I've actually canceled my long now on AMD. I'm not like thrilled with this position, so I feel like that's the right thing to do, would be to wait on this one and then see where we go from here on AMD. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to throw it over to Adair now.
Very mixed across the board, as you can tell. Not a lot of sectors really standing out as positive or negative at this point. We did have a little bit of strength in distribution services, especially compared to what we're doing here in the rest of the market. But definitely also some of these chip names on watch in electronic technology, NVIDIA and AMD to the high side. NVIDIA also reporting that their gaming chip for China is set for delivery. So that's definitely something of note. They have prepared that slightly
Very
less
good,
powerful gaming chip specifically for China. Lots of weakness here as well, or at least mixed sentiment in the technology services. Google still on watch here with regard to that settlement of the privacy lawsuit. A little bit of weakness here too in retail trade, with Costco to the downside despite an upgrade and a price target increase this morning. Home Depot also to the downside here, guys.
HD. HD, Home Depot. We like Home Depot. Great name there. That's for damn sure. Okay. By the way, first of all, we're still in Fisker. That's my trade of the day for sure. Let's just go over here quickly and look at NVIDIA because that's bouncing off 496 as well. So
496.
that could be a trade for anybody looking to get some spice in their life as well. And
We got
NVIDIA
enough.
down to 496 again, like completely crashing in here. And I don't want to.
I'm gonna
I
get
keep
it.
saying the word crash, and that's not what I mean. It's just this is just sort of a rebalancing right now of some of these names. I mean, the Nasdaq is finally looking to push down. And again, remember the name that I said I wanted to really short all day? It was Apple. Well, hit the sirens, man.
Apple with the sell, continuation.
I mean, look where Apple is right now. It's down to 193, dog. We're short at 193.75. Let's put an 08 bid out, and we still have some position on.
Come on,
so
man.
there
We're
it
getting
is.
in.
Bang. We get that fill.
We're getting in
and
on some
bye-bye Apple
NVIDIA.
as it's going to the
We got
downside. And
60
so is this
cents
whole damn
into some
market.
Bitcoin.
Right now does not
Waiting
want
for
to
this
stop.
thing to-
I thought I had a stop for my AMD stop is breaking through 149. So I don't have any shares. Remember I told you guys we have like 5% left of our position. Just waiting to see. There it goes, man. Everything cracking. We are now out of Apple as that took down 193. I might look back and be
Accept it.
like, why did we get out of everything? But still, you know, we want to be able to capture profit when profit comes through. So right
Yes.
there, we are now out of Apple. For
We
me,
got a
that's
spot
diamond hands
in
trade,
NVIDIA.
right there, and we're pretty happy about it for
Uh-oh.
sure.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
got one.
AMD man, 148.
Sweet.
I'm happy
Wow.
I got out of that trade when I did.
Amazon?
No, on AMD. Well, both, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think Amazon's still kind of holding in and around the area where I'd like to add for a potential long there. But with the market doing this, I do want to stay a little bit nimble there. But yeah, great reasons to sell here up
Woo,
in the
look at that
150-80s. I'm like,
coin
is
drop.
this setting up as a triple top? Like we've tested price 3 times here, and we can't really get through the 151. The closest we got was this
Told
third
you,
time
look at
around,
that
and then we
cloud,
flushed right
man.
back in. So I do piece off a little bit there. I'm sitting there in the 70s and a bunch
trying to
more
get
out
it all up
actively
here
in
at
the
the same
80s, and
time,
I'm like,
folks.
okay,
I
sellers are pretty
apologize.
aggressive here. I do have to respect that. And then market goes quadunk to the downside off of that 17.1. I'm like, I got to get out of the way here because behavior has
Come on.
definitely changed significantly. Apple's weak. Nvidia tanking to the downside, Sean. Holy, what is going on
Oh,
here?
my goodness.
I read somebody in that, wow.
Oh, my gosh.
49989 is the high today on Nvidia Classic. I just want to point that out. But
499.
Damn, I should've
so
waited.
like by 2 pennies,
Damn, I should've
500 by
waited.
2 pennies.
Oh, I need
Talk
to
about a
close this.
rejection of a level by 2 pennies. It didn't even want to print it. It didn't even want to print it, and we quadunk 6 points to the downside. Right
Damn.
as the market flushes. Where's Tesla? How?
We're $1 in the money now on Amazon.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
250 on Tesla just broke as well.
Yeah, it's at 249 right now, Tesla. Oh boy. As this market is getting
Pretty
real
wicked.
saucy right now, and yeah, this is great.
I'm
Remember the
gonna
last
wait
time
for the
you were here,
reversion.
you were having some heart
Oh yeah,
palpitations?
this reminds me something of something similar to that.
Heart
but like I've been
palpitations.
through it.
Today, though.
Oh, it's perfectly fine.
See,
'cause I'm
that's
not-
what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, we improve, we get better, or try to at least. I guess that's.
I mean, I
the
asked you
effort
that
here,
question
but-
knowing that that was
Okay,
the
it's-
answer.
Yeah, no,
Let's
this
go back
reminds
up.
me significantly of that move that we had. So now I'm going to stay patient. If I want to play a reversion on this move here, I'm going to stay a little bit patient. 17 thou coming in. We're only about 30, 35, 40 points away from that, and strong flush into that level. Like we said, every about 100 points, and that 17 thou interaction staying very,
Yeah, we
very
get-
interesting
we get
across,
$2.
over the past
We're
few
gonna
weeks there.
get out
and market
again.
catching a little bit of a sell.
'Cause we
Let's
can-
see if the buyers step up anywhere in and around
Look at
these
that.
areas today. But instead of
Going
playing
down there.
reversion on the quadruple
$2.
and trying to catch
me
a
$2
falling
bucks.
knife based off of what I'm seeing on the tape there, I'm gonna stay a little bit more patient. Those same prices can come in on the right side of the move when they do when we have more information of us holding some levels and a potential change in
Look
the
at
tape
NVIDIA.
there. But yeah, I'll just
we should've
stay
waited.
patient and kind of register this market generated information as of right now. But yeah, that you're like Obi was having heart palpitations. That was pretty funny.
Yeah,
a
it
few
moved
days
really
ago.
fast.
Yeah, no, of course. I was like, yeah, I was a little nervous. I was anxious. but not scared to take the trade, like you said, right? And then I was like, this is a really good place to buy. I like the buy here. I'm gonna continue buying this dip, giving it a wide risk.
$2.
The reversion, I realized the reversion does come in, but it didn't come in
$2, I'll be
intraday.
happy.
It was more of like a swing
$2.
reversion through that market dump, and the next day we gapped up and we popped. We did about a 50 to 60% reversion
$2.
of that dip the very next day. So I was like, there's a little bit of a learning lesson for me where I'm like, it could be a good action to
Come
buy.
on,
It
baby,
could
give
be
me $2.
decent prices to buy, but the picture, the trade itself could be much bigger than just the intraday.
What are you
Right?
doing?
So
There's always
things to learn.
look at the
Lots
volume.
to learn
Watch
there
the
on that
volume
move.
rise.
17,000 coming in.
Dude, I'm
And
just
then
glad
the
that you're
candle
feeling better about
go
trading
down.
today than you were that day before, because that's what it's all about to me, and it should be like that to you as well. But look, I put some risks on. You know, I'm here to take risks. You know, so are we all. I bought ARM. I mean,
Come on,
ARM,
baby.
strongest name, buy dips. Okay. You know how much we lost there on ARM there? I mean, to me, the risk,
Okay,
Well
give me
worth it.
$2.
we lost 23 cents buying ahead of 76.50. I thought it could have
$2.
stopped. See this little green candle here in the NASDAQ? I thought maybe that might have been the bottom, but now you're down to 17,000 again. Maybe that's
There
the
we
bottom,
go. We got $2.
You know?
We're out of that.
Who knows? And that's
We're
what we're
out
going
of
to try to
that.
find out. We're going to find out very soon.
We'll get back
With
in
17,000
if
coming
it
into
goes
play.
It's a
down.
good place to
further.
look for buyers to kind of step in. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. I'm
Well,
gonna
yeah,
let that
that's
fall down
exciting.
though, because honestly, that is whoop.
This is a V-shape.
Look at that.
Quadruple
$10 going down. It's
everything.
still going
It's a
down.
V-shaped quadrant.
it'll-
Yeah.
sure.
Amazon's about to
Let's
make
see.
fresh lows on the day.
You got a
Woo,
dollar.
man.
Absolutely beautiful short there, Sean. Great reasons to sell. I was like 153 range low, 154 range high.
Look at
And we
Nvidia.
came right back
See, we
into the
got the
range low
spot
there.
because
Sure, we printed
Nvidia.
high level though.
Man,
What do
it's
you think
going
about this?
down
Oh,
even
that's
further.
Amazon.
On Amazon right here.
Doggone it,
Yeah, I mean I'm
Nvidia.
watching it. I'm patiently waiting, but
you-
with the
are you
market
dipping
doing
in?
this, I'm gonna wait for more structure to
hole.
kind of print and more information. We're still selling on the tape. A lot of just bids and mids, so not really anything too significant to the buy side there, but more bids than mids for sure. And with
Yeah,
that
look at that.
17,000 coming
Even.
in,
Oh, why do we
I
give it
do
a
want to
half
stay a little
a-
bit more patient there. But the short idea, Sean, wow, you definitely had that down, and that 500 reject that was kind of telling there, kind of a market pulse, if you want to call it. Nvidia pushes 2 pennies away from 500 and then starts printing lows on the day, and then the market kind of goes along with it. Same thing with SPY consolidation yesterday. I'm just reading this right now. I'm just speaking whatever's coming through into my mind.
we're in
And, whether that's
$15.
true or
We're
not, I
down
have no
15
idea.
bucks.
But you guys are along for the ride. Let's just say that. Consolidation yesterday, quite strong, right? Sideways. We're like, oh, it's not doing anything. Beautiful range trade. Absolutely beautiful range trade. It
Damn,
gave
look
you
at
the levels
Nvidia.
once, twice, 3 times, 4
Come
times, and
on.
then into the close as well. It wipes that same range, so it gave it to you a few times. But coming into today, we break yesterday's low, a significant range
Why
low
did I do
from
that?
yesterday,
I
and then
could've
take a look at
traded
the
to the
selling that comes in off of
downside.
that breakdown. That's pretty wild there. 475 coming
Come
in
on,
as a
man,
little
that's
bit
the
of a buy
lowest low.
on the SPYs there. So let's see. That's previous consolidation, kind of where we started off the week here, ended off the week
We need
last
the
week.
coin
So
to go
last
back
week's
up so we
highs
can
are
leverage
coming
out
in
our
on,
risk.
Again, strong action here. Let's take a
So
quick
we're
look at
leveraging
the
out our
weekly on the
risk
SPY
right here at
to
that
get
green
a
candle.
better picture
So
of
as long
what
as
we
that
are
green
up to.
candle goes up,
So
this price will go down.
you take a look.
And we wait
are
for
very, very
Nvidia
strong pushing into the end of the year here.
For
Week
their lower
opening
low.
price is at 47407.
See?
So with only
Lower,
about a point
low,
away from that level,
boom,
strong
low,
flush
boom.
off of
So
these
they're
highs
low.
there,
We're looking
477
for it to
high.
come back up.
Did we print those today? No, right? We printed those yesterday. Yeah, we printed those yesterday. So week highs were consolidation flat highs, where all day we pretty much from 9:30 to 4 p.m. we just printed. We couldn't get past those highs, and then today we break the lows of that consolidation, and we're getting a little bit of a strong sell coming in off of that. So just a quick observation on from what I'm seeing here. 17,000 coming in real hot.
Real hot. We're trying. We're gonna
375
try
on the
along
spot.
on. Yeah, we're gonna try along. First of all, Amazon. Thank you so much for covering that one. We're right back at this bottom again for Amazon. It just took it out, man. 152.50. That might be that wick to go long there on Amazon. So let's just get the heck out of dog on this one and put $1.30 in our damn pocket. There goes AMD. You know what, AMD? We weren't friends early, but let's be friends again, please. And let's just go back up to the upside as we buy off that 148. And a friend of mine is Adara, and she's over at the big desk with Money Talks.
Yeah, USD actually not doing too much talking today. The DXY pretty flat on the day. We're around that 101.20 area. We did get Chicago PMI data early today, so that was a little bit lower than the estimate, 46.9 versus the 51 estimate. So definitely a bit of a decrease here. Lots of economic data coming this next week, though, including JOLTS job data, the FOMC minutes on Wednesday, and non-farm payrolls coming next Friday, guys. So even though it's a shortened week, jam-packed with economic data that could be impacting the DXY.
Me and Obi are just talking. You might as well talk to everybody about it, because why not? We were saying like this flush, you know, people don't want to buy. And I mentioned to Obi, and I said, like, if you're, what just happened? Oh, Amazon. That's a good one. Face slap. Nice move. Here's Amazon. I mean, so the idea is like, I feel like everyone's doing exactly what me and you were talking about before, and that is that no one wants to buy these dips, not now. The market's been so strong. You actually want to buy a dip on the last day of the year when a lot of rhetoric is being spilt about tax loss harvesting and all this kind of stuff, right? So it's like, if you buy now, potentially, where is your out? And you're going to have to wait for January anyways. And then coming into today, into this market, by the way, man, me and AMD continue not to be too much friends. There it is. We just took a shot there at 148 there and lost it. So now I'm thinking, like, honestly, if we can't go the way we think it's going to go, then we just have to go short. I know that's obvious to say that now. We're only down 0.48, but we just didn't hold 148 there on AMD. We hit 151s today. So you are getting down. But look, don't think that this market, it's only down 0.6. You know? I think there's more to come here for sure. Whether or not it is a downside move or what's my out on Fisker? So I only have 10% left of Fisker. Like we talked about getting a piece out there. We only had 30% when this was happening. So boom, boom, and then that's it. I don't have an out for Fisker. If you're in position, I mean, you'd be crazy, in my opinion. 176, it's below VWAP. It's the bottom of the day. If you're long Fisker into this move down, you know, you may want to dump some of that position there on Fisker. So I would watch out for that one. I'm going to buy some more back here on AMD. And again, remember what I said my biggest problem is like, you know, liking a stock, but then liking it too much and going continuously back to the well. So I am well aware that right now I'm doing it here on AMD. We got a nice move back there. That was not that many shares. We saved it for we got long at 148.05, you know, and then got out when it broke. So 147.94 or something was my fill. Yeah, we got some 92, some 94. So demands here.
This thing's been running up for quite a while.
Our net is still fine.
It makes sense. People taking profits on a failure to follow through of 150. Again, it's holding trend. Like you said, it's not really a significant pullback on the day, but take a look at the longer term trend, right? I think this is still, like, we've had strong flushes on the way up. Again, oops, I did not want to do that. But yeah, on the way up here, take a look. 135 is kind of an interesting area, right? A little bit of a psychological level as well. And when we break through that 135, take a look at this. Similar kind of action, wipes, consolidations. The sells are strong. And then you eventually break back above that range, and then you push back up. So it seems like AMD has been kind of doing similar types of moves in terms of magnitude here, where it kind of has a strong flush about a few points there, maybe doing multiples of ATR. Let's take a quick look at AMD ATR here. Let me just pull that up. AMD ATR is $4. All right, 4 points.
Yeah, not even there yet.
Change there. And yeah, so it's done its ATR when how many what's the range on this? This is the largest kind of range day that I see, and it does about 6.
Okay.
So it does about 6 points. So on a day like that, it does do a little bit above our vol, but today we've barely done almost a full ATR. Sorry, that's what I meant. So full ATR there. So we're pushing about 3.5 points there, and the ATR is about 4 and some change, according to FinViz there. So we're pushing about an ATR of a worth of a pullback there. A lot of strong levels to observe going forward in the future. Potential resistance trend support right there. This is a significant kind of wick, significant kind of price action there. So that 144 as well, kind of 150, not really following through. End of the year, maybe some profit taking, but that selling came in real hot when that 150 broke, Sean. That was absolutely wild. Great reasons to sell, and I'm glad I respected those. Again, I was talking to you about how sometimes I have trouble. Okay, this does look like a little bit of a buy area here on Amazon there, Sean. Good call out.
Yeah, that was a great out,
152, 152, and some, or underneath 153 and some change. So 152.80s holding 60s, 70s was what I was looking for here earlier, and we just pretty much do a double bottom. So maybe this is a day where the market does some crazy moves, but Amazon just chooses to consolidate and go sideways, and I think that's a little bit of the information that we're seeing there right now. So if Amazon's going to continue to do a little bit of a range day today, I'll definitely be looking to get involved again in and around the edges of this range that's been defined as of right now. 17 thou, though, we talked about looking for potential buyers and bidders there on that initial test of that 17 thou, and so far as of right now, we have been catching a little bit of a bid. So if I take this off the 15-minute, you can see this consolidation. So we are slowing down. Look at this. When was this? This was about 10:30 here. It says 9:30 on the chart, but 10:30, kind of strong quadunk breaking this morning consolidation range as well. Strong sells come into the 17th thou, and that's where we catch a little bit of consolidation, about a 20 point consolidation above the 17th thou. So a little bit of buying being observed on top of the 17. Let's see where we go from here. But Apple, Sean, oh wow. 193. 193 was a level I did want to interact with over the past few days, and we have come right back in to that 193. So we didn't really get it yesterday.
Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, no, you can definitely, it's got range on the week, that's for sure. Week lows down here at 191. So we got room to go, but this consolidation kind of significant. V-shaped consolidation into end of day, and we're holding some of these prices in and around that 193.
Picked Nvidia at the wrong
I'll stay
time.
watch.
See,
A little bit of confluence with that 17th thou bounce on the NQ. So potential for longs
If I'd
to
have
come
gotten
in.
to
Maybe
the
that's what I'm starting to
downside,
think
that
here.
would have been $3 and
again,
we'd have
like
been
I
in the
said,
money.
I'll stay patient. I'll wait for some structure to form. I want to trade based off of some confluence stack today. So I'm waiting for the next trade.
Was my
Yeah, we got
trade
50
the
cents
trade
of money
that
now
broke
on
the bank?
AMD. We bought that 148. We talked a little bit about that, but we are starting to get out of it. We're only out right now of 40%, and it's kind of bouncing around here. I'm going to take another, we'll just take another 48 there. Now I'm going to cancel and see if we can get back up to the upside. Yeah, we had that Apple short, man, and we talked about that. This is like the big banger, which is why my net is actually fine right now today. Good move down for Apple. We had too many bids here at 193. I actually should have looked at my blotter. I didn't realize we had another bid there, but again, it was only small percentage points left, so that was a good trade right there. Fisker, we've talked about it, and how about this Uber short? Come on.
Oh wow.
Mamma mia.
It does come in. You just got to stay a little more
Yeah, I
aggressive.
still got a little more aggressive, and I feel like that's fine.
I had the idea. That's all. You couldn't even get to 64s. Right.
You know, I really like doing the show with you, Obi. I love going back and forth with you and analyzing trades. So good job. It's 10:59 though. It's almost over.
We're having too much fun here.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize it was 11.
We weren't having fun early, but we're having fun late.
We got there.
Which is the important thing. Crypto is still on everybody's mind, so I feel like Sharif and Adara will be going over Mara and some of the crypto plays because, hey man, we used to call the midday show midday movers. I feel like today we could have some movers for these two fine individuals to look at. So again, you and I will be back at 2 p.m. and we'll chat then. So hopefully we'll be able to find out if some of these longs working or not at that time. But right now it looks like the short is in the market, and we are ready. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the like, please hit the subscribe to get those notes on what we're doing every single day. Watch us on TraderTV.live. Very, very important. And check out all your social media platforms for all of our accounts as well. Oh, before I let you go, one of my friends yesterday, a good friend that I haven't seen in a while, our kids play in different hockey leagues, but we know each other from hockey. He messaged me yesterday, and he said, "Is this you?" And it was a fake Trader TV Sean, but it was Trader T_V Sean on Instagram. So the guy was talking to
Okay,
him
I'll be
as
right
if
down.
He knew who I was. So it's playing back and forth, like as if it was the real Sean. So he was mentioning, he's asking the guy, he's like, "Oh, you know, the last time I was at your house, we had that espresso, and we had like some little biscotti and all that kind of stuff." And the guy was answering back, like,
Be
"Oh
right
yeah,
back,
you know,
folks.
I
Gotta
love
run
coffee and all."
downstairs
So
for
the
a
guy
sec.
was like playing it off as if he was really me. And then the guy got into some more details, and that's when obviously he found out it wasn't me.
Yeah.
And he messaged me, he's like, "Oh, I'm coming over for some espresso." And I was like, "No, you're not." And then it turned out that he was playing around with some of those.
You got to watch out for that.
Fake
especially-
accounts.
Yeah.
So we're now 70
I don't
cents
have
in the
any
money
sources
on
that I interact
AMD.
with.
But the Santa Claus rally, I don't know, are you feeling grinchy over there, Sharif? I hear this guy singing. I like it. Let's feel this market in the midday with Sharif and Adara. Ciao, everybody.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to Learn How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara. I am Sharif, and as per usual, we're going to wait for the chat to populate, and then we'll do some shout-outs, the roll call. Chimps already in the chat. He says, number 4, let's go. No, my man, or my whatever. You are number 1 in the chat. Obviously, second to Bears versus Bulls, but they get the pass. They don't get a call-out number 1. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. The world's greatest moderator. It is not you, Cal Canis. It is Bears versus Bulls. There we go, baby. Still waiting for people to migrate over from the other stream and for the chat to populate. Waiting. Where are these people? They're taking a little bit longer to come over today, Dara, so we're just going to keep waiting.
We will wait.
And, well,
we do.
no, that's Bears versus Bulls again. Okay, well, we'll start talking about these markets
Let's
now.
do it.
There we go. Fiddleback. Okay, Fiddleback's in the house. I don't think people are getting sent over
Bears versus Bulls said
automatically.
stream is delayed.
Sorry about that. This is live, and so I had to change batteries. I want to run.
Like a dead cat bounce. We just get some. Perfunctory buying at these key levels. I don't know if we see a sustained move up.
Okay, 1 second, please. Bear with me, and we'll be right with you. We didn't set this up earlier, so we're going to set it up now. was supposed to be my small commercial, but I didn't run it right. So we'll fix it. Let's see about this one. Oh, well, I can't use that one because it takes a lot of. Let's see. Here we go.
Finance.
Oh, that one ain't working either. I thought we'd have a little commercial break here. Let's see what iTrust Capital will do.
Crypto IRAs are a smart way to invest in crypto, but can often seem confusing. They're actually quite simple when you just sit down and think about it. They're just like regular IRA retirement accounts. They provide tax benefits and help you invest for the future. But now they're made for the modern age, as they allow you to invest in your favorite cryptocurrencies while still keeping those same tax benefits. Here are the top 5 reasons why investors typically open a crypto IRA at iTrust Capital. Number 1. Tax benefits. When you buy or sell crypto on a regular exchange, you're subject to income tax or capital gains tax, depending on how long you held the asset for. This is where the power of the crypto IRA really shows itself. All transactions made inside of a crypto IRA are tax-free. In addition, unlike when trading on regular exchanges, you don't need to track and report on all of your transactions. Number 2, built-in cold storage security. One of the most important parts of crypto investing is storing the funds securely. If private keys get lost or stolen, those funds are gone forever. If you don't want to deal with having to create private keys, secure them, and manage them yourself, a crypto IRA is a great option for you. At iTrust Capital, we have built-in cold storage security from our partners at Coinbase Custody, the world's most trusted cold storage provider, so you can focus on crypto investing. Number 3, low fees. At iTrust Capital, we have surveyed the entire industry and have made it our mission to have the lowest fees. Other crypto IRA providers will charge up to 12% for you to purchase crypto, including adding hefty monthly fees as well. We charge just 1% per transaction with no sign-up fee and no monthly fees. Number 4, lots of options. Options, options, and more options. We strive to make sure our clients have access to their favorite cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Chainlink, Cardano, Polkadot, and many, many more. You can log into the platform and buy or sell anytime 24/7. We know that the industry moves fast and new exciting projects come out all the time. We're constantly updating our platform to provide a variety of opportunities for you to choose from. Number 5, customer experience. I hate talking to robots on the phone just as much as you do. It just feels like you're stuck in phone jail. We've made it easy for you to get in touch with our customer experience specialists who help guide you through the process of setting up your new account. In addition, existing clients also have access to the team to make sure that you always feel taken care of. Tax benefits, cold storage, low fees, tons of options, and amazing customer experience are just some of the benefits that iTrust Capital clients receive. To learn more, visit iTrustCapital.com.
Thanks for holding out for a second. We're going to take a break here for a minute. I've got to change some screens around, so we'll be blah, 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 blah. We'll be back in a minute. Thanks. Thanks for joining me back here at the Living Legacy Group Live. We had to change some screens around so that way we could continue the broadcast uninterrupted.
I'm looking at the daily here because I think my big thing is always now, like I've been learning through hearing everybody talk.
Right.
It's really good to
So
have
we're
look at
going
these
to
previous
continue.
time frames to look for longer term support, right? Because I was looking at intraday support, but I think longer term support is also interesting. This 183 I don't dislike because that was
There
kind
you
of
go.
we held up around 183 for a little bit. Even
NVIDIA
stronger, we
is
want to go even
really
further.
tanking.
Fisker gets to 225, but I would say right
So,
now looks like
that
we are
was the
doing
wrong thing
a
to
bit
do.
of a pullback
But
here
that's trading.
on Fisker. And I say that because we were looking really good in the morning. We had higher high, higher high, higher low. Then we took decidedly a lower low. I would say an area that could be an area of support, at least intraday, is what we do at that 167. Why? Because look at all this consolidation we had earlier in the pre-market. This is where we ran up also earlier in the day. Then after that, last year's support, I would say, would be where we opened in the pre-market, where we gapped up with this 155 area. Sorry, 151. So those would be kind of my areas of interest. For Fisker, I will keep that fresh in my mind. Also, Smita Patel saying here, in your education lesson, can you talk about this new IPOs? Companies sell stocks and raise money, then stock lose all in 6 months and come back in the market and sell again. For example, GMM. I guess IPOs are an idea.
They're
for sure.
great. I mean, there's
Yeah.
really not much. Look, there's not much I can say about that right now. 2023 was obviously a quiet IPO year. We started getting some newer ones. We had Kenvue, we had Affirm. We had ARM. We had what's it called, Birkenstock. We had a couple of other ones as well. Klaviyo. Yeah, thank you.
I made the
we had a
wrong
spin-off
decision.
from that one, Kellogg's.
Made
Oh,
the wrong
Kellanova.
decision.
Kellanova.
Such a weird name.
That's where I
Look,
messed up.
I
should have waited on NVIDIA.
It's not really a technical
Look
thing.
how it tanked.
That's more of a fundamental thing that these.
I don't
these
even know if
things,
it's gonna be a lower low.
are met with like a lot of
We'll have to check
exuberance,
it
and
out.
then they sell off after. It's not really anything that we can cover specifically with technical analysis, but we can talk about it more from a wider perspective. But I
Bitcoin,
think
we're down
that the
13
thing
now.
right
We're
now
negative
to talk about
$19 in the
is
account.
this
I
absolute
hope we don't
flushing
flush
on the
out.
market. This is what I was just
Jeez.
saying. We started doing the wick dance from the south side of 17,000, meaning below it in the high 16.9s. And then look what happened there. You just dropped 30 points in a heartbeat. The market, it is headed south. It pays here to do a little bit of charting to find out where we could find some support. We haven't been down here, I would say, in about maybe a week or so, or maybe a couple of weeks. Let's find out exactly, Adara. All right, here is the look of the NQ chart. Let's see where we're at here in terms of support. All right, so on December 22nd, we started off our life at 16.9. And then we moved up through
Come on, we need a
R1 and
pullback.
got into 17, almost 17.05. Wow, the market's freaking tanking here.
No crap.
What a
man.
miss there. Anyway,
Crap.
and then we ended up closing out that day just below 17,000. So let's see, where is
I'm down
the
20
highest
bucks.
level of support here? I really don't see any. Based on where we are right now, I gotta tell you the truth. I think
Negative
we,
$4 free
the area we
margin.
find support is 16.9. I mean, I don't see another area as obvious as this one anywhere here on the chart. Yeah, Katina, man, this thing is headed south.
Whew.
Yeah,
Dang.
69 to me
I can't
seems to
even
be a
get in.
reasonable support level. We've blown
we're
through
negative.
all the support pivot points. Okay, so pivot point
Okay, so we've been through that
on
support.
the NQ today. So S2 support level 2 was 17.025. Yeah, that's 75 points ago. So we have nothing with respect to pivot points. We're gonna have to look at price action, and the the area on the price chart here that stands out to me the most is 16.9. So we'll have to wait and see if we make it down there. Otherwise, I've got nothing. I've got nothing to do on the NQ. This was a trade right here to wait for the little wick dance at 17,000 to take this short. This was the move, but the market obviously has its own ideas today. All right, let's look at all the
only
Mag 7
11.
names are. It goes without
Oh,
saying
it's
they're all
11.
down and to the right. So
Did I say
nothing is
11?
being
We're gonna-
spared at this point. You saw Amazon with early strength. Some other names had early strength as well. The likes of Nvidia knocking on the door again of $500. $499.97 is the high of day on NVIDIA. So yet again, we knock on the door of 500, and yet again, that door is shut in NVIDIA's face. How many times are we going to do that little pop up and reject on NVDA before we can actually claim the level on a closing basis, on a decided basis? It won't be today. At least, doesn't look like it. Maybe we get an epic rally going into the close or something. But for now, we're going to have to look for a different day to break that 500 point on NVIDIA. Tesla, a very weak day yesterday, as evidenced by this price action over here. We actually had an initial gap up on TSLA. We were up above the pivot point, which was at $261. We got all the way into R1, resistance level 1 to 265, and then that was all she freaking wrote. We tanked all the way back down into that 253 area. It was $13 worth of range yesterday, Adara, on TSLA, and I'm talking about southbound range. Ooh. Yeah, it was not a good look. But in any event, Tesla weak again today, doing the little dance here at S1, and by again S1, the dotted red line on my chart, guys. TSLA trying to hold above 248, can't really do it now.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm always looking at Tesla. I did like
Need
that I
a
got this little
pullback.
short. Obviously, I left the party a skosh early. I took off on my Cybertruck and I ran away. However, I was just trying to scalp, so no issues there. I would like to see I want to see what we do here. Do we continue to pick up, and then it's more of a long opportunity? Do we make a new high? Because it will take us a moment to make a new high here. 147.50 about. We'd have to crack that 149.50 or 249.50. Sorry. So that's about $2 for it to get to the upside to break this most recent high we had. We are going to have to see what occurs. My opinion on Tesla is we're down about 2% in the day. I would expect it to still be a short, but I do range plays anyway. So as long as the range continues to develop, I will go either direction. I am not too picky. I will hop in that Model Y and I will drive away. But also interesting, I wanted to, speaking of cars, I'll look at XPeng first, because XPeng had an interesting catalyst with regards to the expansion of its driver assistance service in 27 more cities in China. So that was of note. And look at these. I was watching this initially for a flat bottom break, even though I know it's a little bit different because we're not actually down on the day. But it was like, it was going to be some kind of bull-flag situation or just a situation where we had an area of clear support that broke to the downside. We broke that support. That support was around 1460. So I think that would be, if I did get into a short, that would be probably my area of exit if we break above that 1460, right? Because that was really clear support. Support can be resistance.
What's going on? Why is your voice echoing over there?
Okay.
What do you mean, don't worry about it, bro?
Okay. Yeah, it's weird to hear yourself.
I know,
that
right?
way. But yeah, so lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls, for the shout out on the watch list. I really appreciate that. But yeah, so I mean, I do like the look of this. We are still up on the day, but definitely moving to the downside here on XP or XPEV, XPeng. Marathon also, Marathon Digital Holdings, MARA, is having a marathon run to the downside over here.
Look at
Some people
that
mentioning bar
thing
long in
run.
the chat, some people mentioning
gonna
bar short. This so I guess
22.
social support around the 24 area
What
is
the
not a bad
heck,
look, but
man?
we've fallen $5 in this one. We are down 13% on the day. I would right now
should've
look at
left
it as
that
a
thing
short unless
running.
it tells me otherwise. You know what I mean?
Should've
'Cause
left
look
it
at this.
running.
Lower.
Look
all I
at
have to
that.
say is lower.
Look at
It's not
that.
even lower highs, lower lows. It's just low.
So
we're just
I'm
low
throwing
on Mara.
down
Unless we make a higher
$22.
high of that 25.30, then we're to the downside.
What did Mara say to you?
Mara said to me, it's not a
Like,
short.
you saw, unless it tells me otherwise,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
So
that's
come
very good. I
on.
understand. Well, right now, Mara is telling me that it's a short. Thank you
It
for
is.
asking.
No problem.
She only talks to
That
me
was
sometimes,
the
I guess.
wrong thing
There we
to
go.
do.
She's a little
You're the
particular.
plug, then. If you want to talk to Mara,
might
you're the plug.
close
All right,
the
guys.
weekend
We are
in another
brought to you
busted
by
account.
SurgeTrader, account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on
might wanna
all
do
new
that.
accounts. Shout out to the folks there at SurgeTrader, who, by the way, have now extended their trading contest into the month of January. Same deal, $1,000 cash with 100,000 fake dollars. If you win, you take the pot there. So make sure to give them a look. All right, NVIDIA, I just happened to look at NVDA here. I was looking at that 490 area. That 490 area means absolutely nothing. The whole dollar areas are really not acting as any level of support right now on the Mag 7 names. Everything blowing to the downside. Google below 139. Apple knocking on the door of 192. We just broke through 250. No problem on Tesla. We're coming into that 350 area hot on Meta as well. And we just broke below 375 as well on Softy. So there does not seem to be a floor for this move down. I was just thinking right now to punch short in the future on this move back up. And, you know, I talked myself out of it, feeling maybe that move was extended. It doesn't look like it's extended. I just finished telling myself we have some support at 14.9. So I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. We're gonna take this short 4 move down into 16.9. Let's see if we can get that move on the NQ. Not good for the long-term account, obviously, but let's see if we get that move down. Where are we short here? Find out. 52s. Okay, so let's see. Let's set up at 45.
If I reload, then I won't bust the account.
And see what we get from there. Apple, like I said, knocking the door of 192. What's everybody doing? Are you guys holding cash right now? Are you staying on the sidelines? Are you punching short? What is everybody doing? What's your look? Kim says SNTG Adara. SNTG now up 322%. This one just continues to rocket up to the high side possible. $8 incoming. Now it's blown through that $6.50 level that we talked about as a possible resistance level on the daily. We need to chart a little bit higher now if we're going to get anything. This one poised here possibly to touch $8, but we're going to have to wait and see. It's a 1 million share float, guys. So be very careful with this when you can get blown out super quick. And it's spready at times. Like right now, it's not, well, right now it's just 15 pennies. It changes from like half a second to the next half second. The spread tightens up to 2 pennies, opens up to 12, you name it, it's doing it. Let's see what we're doing here on the future. Yes, we get that beak wetter on the way back down on the future, but this is not what we're looking for. We're looking for a bigger move into 16.9, whether we get that or not. We're gonna have to wait and see, but this is definitely the trend. The trend is definitely to the downside of there.
Yeah, indeed it is to the downside. I'm still looking longingly at XPeng, wondering if I want to hop into this here vehicle. Also, that reminds me, you should look at NIO.
Well, I'm going to have to go and run and reload. Unfortunately, Cash App had canceled my account.
Drove off a cliff, quite literally. Like, look at this. We had this nice little calm.
So simple.
Consolidation and opening, or pre-market, sorry. Then we opened and we took 944 and swooped definitively to the downside. We're below 9 now. We're at about 898. Yeah, it's very much James Moffitt saying been short since 10:30. Probably not a bad move there, I have to say. James Moffitt makes sense.
Good for him.
The market, yeah, I mean, good for you. Like the market is definitely on your side on that one. Let's look at Coinbase because there was that news that Aunt Kathy was selling more Coinbase shares. That was as of yesterday, but yeah, Coinbase. Oh, okay, buy Coinbase.
Coinbase, yeah, wow.
Is Coinbase? I mean, I was going to say it's Coinbase is short, but it's
rocket.
clearly a short. Pardon?
It's been a rocket lately.
Yeah,
so a little healthy pullbacks, all right. It's
That's
no
true.
big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? But I mean, I have to say, I do like the look of these just for points of entry, right? Because I do think it looks like it's still a short. As long as we see continue to see lower highs, lower lows, I would probably get, what's the opposite of a dip when you're in the short? You know how in your longs you're like, oh, dip buy? Is there an opposite of that for shorts? Is it a rip buy? Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so a dip. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, is it a
You're
rip
waiting
buy?
for a resistance rejection.
Okay,
is that what you
yeah,
mean?
that's better, yeah.
I don't know if there's a word for it. Maybe there's
I was
a
thinking
cooler
rip buy,
word,
but that doesn't really work.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, if anyone has a word in the chat, that's the opposite of a dip buy for a short, if you know what I mean. So buy. I like the resistance. That makes sense too. Resistance retest. Yeah. It still rolls off the tongue. I like it. But yeah, so I am enjoying how this one is going. Tesla is doing a bit of a dance here at this 247.50, 248.50 area. I want to say barcoding, but we're doing, like, these candles are pretty much the same length both directions as of right now. I think this is definitely a point of decision for Tesla if it decides what it would like to be when it grows up. People are saying fade the pops, short the pops. Okay, that's true. That's a good point there
Short
too.
the pops.
There
Yes,
we
that's
go.
the one. Yeah, I should have known that. Just concentrating on this trade, so I'm not
Yeah.
really there
no,
with
no,
you
of
at the
course,
moment.
I understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
how is the trade going?
It's good. Well, we'll see. We'll, at that 50-point level, so there's always going to be a little bit of a dance there. But I'll send it back to you for now while it's set up.
Absolutely. Yeah. So John Del Segno saying spike. I like what people are saying here. Someone repeating rip buy. Appreciate that. Rip buy is perfect, says Michael Mulvey. Thank you. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know why this is still on my side chart, but I need to switch up my side charts apparently. Warner Brothers Discovery is still here. And this one looks like it is continuing to discover the short side of life. We're down about 2.65% on the day. Volume not bad, about 5 million. Pretty much, like, we'll have to see what we do with this bottom here, because much like Tesla, I'm seeing a little bit of chop and churn. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. Also, Picky Eater saying, buy the dip, short the spike. I kind of like that. I kind of like that, honestly. Thank you, Picky Eater here.
Yeah, Picky
but
Eater,
yeah,
like
so
that.
I mean, we'll have to see what Warner Brothers Discovery does. This is still on my side chart because we had this one with Paramount and all of those merger chit chats
Right.
here. You know what? Maybe I'm going to go down a rabbit hole and look at some of these media names, because Disney, I think, is almost always interesting to look at. Oh, also, though, Warner Brothers Discovery had what I would think would be kind of a positive catalyst, but I guess the whole market's flushing. Warner Brothers Discovery, this is per Benzinga this morning. Warner Brothers Discovery expanding global streaming empire with strategic acquisition
There it is.
of Turkey's Blue TV.
All right, so almost out of this entire position now on the future as we now break down below 16,940. But we're still doing the little dance here at 50, so that's why I just felt it was more appropriate to de-risk, because it's an extended move, guys. Like, this is not a small move here. So yeah, I just wanted to de-risk a little bit there. Let's see what some of the tags were there. Sorry, I wasn't trying to ignore you guys, but I was trying to concentrate. Eric Lenerville, cash waiting for reversal. Okay, so Eric's waiting for the eventual pop here on the future, thinking that, we're extended to the downside, and I don't disagree with you. Tesla major support, Eric says again, okay. Comp SRX1, what might one say regarding okay, you already answered that. Y Brothers United, Sharif, be careful shorting at this level, please. You're not wrong. We are extended to the downside. So thank you for your advice. It is quite sound. Ed Nuts, I'm feeling a bit sore today. 77 touches in the box, 30 shots on target, and no goals. West Ham took 2 shots and scored twice. Dude, don't get me started. I didn't actually watch the game because I've got my sister and my niece and nephew over at my place. So I've been having to kind of go out with them, hang out and stuff like that. And I didn't get to watch the game, but I get all the notifications on my phone. And that was a piss poor performance, especially since we had been basically dominating at the Emirates all of 2023. And then we're going to end the final year, the final game in the year with that kind of a piss poor performance. Very disappointed in Arsenal. But hey, I mean, it's just the way it is. We're still in second place, 2 points behind Liverpool. So Tottenham lost, Villa lost, City won though. So, it's just so hard this year because there's so many people in the race. You can't trip up. If you make a mistake, there's going to be that team behind you that doesn't. They're going to catch up. So disappointed, but we'll have to wait and see what we get the rest of the year or the rest of next year. D-Loaf says short the chips, long Palantir, it holding this anchored VWAP from summer highs at $20 smaller charge. I'm not sure what that means. Charge? I don't know. In 1712, breakout 17. Gotcha. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Crockett says Manchester United are coming. I don't know, man. You guys had one good game. Don't get too excited. Let's see what else. Palantir jump up, says John H. We'll have a look at PLTR in a second for you. I know the Katina man was on that one today. We'll have a look and see what Palantir is doing, but the future's headed back down again. What I want is a break of the third, right? So let's go and hang out here at 35, Zadara. We're gonna set that up at 35s and a quarter, because what is life without whimsy, right? Let's go all the way back down to 38s here, but we're definitely finding some support. The selling is getting a little extended as, you know, buyers are stepping in at points here, but we're still incrementally moving down, just not with the same vigor that we were earlier, okay? Let's have a look at PLTR though.
Yeah.
All right, let's pull that. Which one are we gonna remove here? CGA. PLTR. What do we got? Palantir tanked nicely off the open, much like the overall market, finding support at 1710, and we're in that 1720 area. Bit of a double bottom here on the 5-minute look. Both of the 1710 touches bounced off, with the second bounce breaking the high of the previous one. First target, if you're long, VWAP 1735 is what I'd say, and then you're looking for the pre-market consolidation low. Excuse me, just a smidge below 17.5. I'd say get it in the 17 mid to high 40s if you're looking for a beak wetter on that. But not a bad look on PLTR, but not one that, you know, I'm really going to be involved with today. We'll have a look at some other stuff. D-Loaf says, Sharig. My bad, I don't know how to spell the slang you use. Oh, sharage. Sharage, my man. Yeah, okay, I get it. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. I always say sharage, like picking up shares.
Yeah.
Picking up sharage, yeah. So I got you, D-Loaf. Okay, just had to explain that one. But yeah, I'm probably not going to be in this NQ long here, as we are finding some support a little bit. We already took out 3 out of the 5, so, you know, I don't really want this to go against me. Already positive on it. Let's see. We're getting back up into that 52, into my entry again. The thing is, though, Adara, why I'm hesitant to take this position out is because, you know, when I talk about the wick dance, when you are below a key level and you're coming up to it from below, but every time you come into it, you reject and move back down, you're not clearing it and then coming back to it and bouncing off it. There's a difference in my view.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Right? And that's exactly what we got here with 17 when we were bouncing off 17 to the high side, and you got a nice move up. But then when we broke 17, sorry, not 17 17, when you broke 17, you started bouncing into 17 from the downside to the upside, and then you got the big move down. So that's what we're doing here with 17 and 17050. But yeah, I'm trying to pack my patience here with this. I'm just really unsure about how this is all going to manifest, and as a result, my eyes are tattooed to the screen. Jelly Bean Donut says Mara 25 break.
Yeah, let's look at that. I know, yeah, I was seeing as well. I had Mara pulled up. Louis Totoro as well saying, remember what Adara said, 25.34 Mara break to the upside.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think because what I noticed was basically, I just said it'd be interesting to see what we do with the Scotia support we had at 24. And it looks like what we did with that Scotia support went higher. But you know what I'd like to see is a break above that that area that was kind of identified by people in the chat, that 25.34, because that would be a higher high. And that's what I need, because right now, if you really want to look at it, we did have a bit of support, but we're still longer term seeing lower highs. That being said, yeah, if Mara breaks above 20, like decisively above that 25.35 area, and when I say 25, I mean like 25.35, then I think that would be a really interesting look. Because I mean, like, this one very much down in the day. One could argue the selling today is a bit overextended. One could argue there's a potential for a dip buy. I'm saying one could argue because, you know, I don't want to make any assumptions until we see what the market tells us, right? So I'd like to wait and see here. Tom H saying buy in Riot Mara. So let's look at Riot, because I've looked at Coin, looked at Mara. Mara's not, like I said, she's kind of confused about what she's telling me right now. She's trying to speak to me, but Riot has not spoken to me yet today, or I haven't looked at Riot because I've been neglecting Riot. Riot actually looks really similar to Mara, because look at this. We had that big move to the downside. Then we had what looked like was going to be a bit of a recovery to the upside after a really, you know, a pretty noticeable support area, but we have not made a higher high. So both Mara and Riot need to prove to me that they can make a higher high. That would be my take there. Do not dislike the look of this, though. I just think in order for it to be really that kind of V-shaped retracement to the upside, I think it like
need higher highs.
Yeah, exactly. So I think like Riot is not necessarily not poised to do that, but right now it's not doing it currently. James Dell saying Mara is up 623% on the year. Yes, it is. And Coin is up. It has the second largest gains of tech companies above 5 billion market cap. So second only to Affirm. Let's look at Affirm actually. I know Neil looks at this one a lot. Affirm here.
What a good stock that's been this year.
Yeah,
401% to the high side.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's definitely it's a little baby. It's a bit of a short move. We're seeing these kind of maybe opportunities for rip shorts or buy the dip, short the rip, short the pop, what have you. But we're gonna have to wait and see here. Like I said, I don't like getting involved in shorts in your low of day. I don't like getting involved in longs in your high of day, just because I like to kind of have all my ducks in a row for that point. But yeah, so I mean, not a bad look here in terms of a potential short on Affirm. But yeah, much like everything else, we just fell fully to the downside with a vengeance. Speaking of falling to the downside with a vengeance, how goes the Yankee short?
We're still doing the dance at 16,950. You know what I just thought? This ducks in a row expression is kind of similar to dead cat bounce, because if you think about it, you put your ducks in a row, so you can pick them off one by one. I mean, like, it's just, okay. A lot of graphics there, and the dead cat bounce too. I mean, you know, these are antiquated expressions. Maybe?
Antiquated.
There we go. Okay, yeah.
It's a word.
Yeah, Adara, we keep coming into this 50-point area, and I'm not really sure what to make of it. We're getting a little bit more support here. It's just, you know, you're gonna find, you know, this temporary buying on a move down. It doesn't go down in a straight line. It's just how much room do you give it. And now we are claiming the 50-point level from the high side. I just don't really want to stay in this trade if I don't have to, but yeah, well, there we go. Now some strength coming in. Trying to keep my eye here on the Mag 7 names to see what they're up to as well. If they start pumping to the high side, then I should probably take that as you know, a little bit of a heads up and get out of this position and rethink it. But we're about like a point out of the money or so at the moment. Let's see if we make a move back down. We almost broke below that 35-point area, which is where I have my beak wetter. I think it pays probably just to get out of this trade because, yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of it, to be honest with you. A little unsure at this point. Typically, you know, I'm not this unsure, but on a day like this, I just don't know what to make because the market's not really acting rationally. It's responding to the kind of the context which we're in the last trading day.
It's being
9 weeks, and you're gonna give that a little bit back. That's kind of how I feel.
Thanks
I don't think this
for hanging
is
out.
driven by
Have a
any
run to the
catalyst or anything
machine.
like that, where you could say,
I
okay,
think
this
I'm gonna
makes sense.
hold
You know,
out.
we're moving down. It's a negative day. But yeah, so, and Apple just bounced off 192. So if Apple holds 192 here and starts curling, I don't know. I don't like this short. That's it. That's the end of the short for me. We'll give back a little bit there on a couple of contracts. I had 2 left on that boy, but still positive on it. So please just punch. But you know,
There we go.
yeah, we'll see what we get here. Softy bouncing up nicely as well. I was kind of singing the praises of Apple, but it's Softy here putting in the best bounce. Now $1 off the low is 373.5. Now we're knocking the 75 cents off the low. Now we're 374 and a third. So a nice move there, but I possibly dead cat bounces
Anything
here.
that goes
I'm
down
unsure.
has to come back
Yeah, and if
up,
I'm
right?
unsure, there's no point putting on risk. Let's see what else is moving here. Everything red on my charts, save and except for yields. The 10-year up, the 2-year up. Oil finding some support, 1/3% after tanking yesterday.
tanked
Oil
out
was
as well.
awfully weak yesterday, especially into the later part of the day. Let's look at the CL contract. Take off Palantir. Here's the move on oil, the future, and I'm looking at the January contract, guys. $73. This was the big move down yesterday, preceded by the move down the day prior, and now we're kind of stagnating here. A little bit of sideways action, just a smidge above that 72
Should've
area,
left it
but
alone.
a little bit above
See,
72,
this is
a
the
little bit below
psychology part
72. Very
On
consolidated
that map, I'm going to show you.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a very interesting look for
Just
all
like
of
the
these
market.
stocks we got going on over here. I'm looking at Tesla because Tesla's looking, I'm looking at kind of this skosh of consolidation I'm seeing at 247, 248. I've been shorting way too much lately. I think I've been a skosh short bias, so I'm trying to be keeping myself open to what the charts are telling me. Let them speak to me, and instead of me assuming what they want to say.
Yep.
So I think, I did have a nice little Besla moment earlier with this short, but I mean, we're going to have to wait and see what we do here. Like I said earlier, I would kind of like to see a higher high before I feel confident in this being a long. because it looks like we have broken out of that range of that 247.50, 248.50 we were seeing
Right.
earlier. Now we're kind of breaking out of that with a bit of a vengeance. So we're going to have to see what the look is.
Noah, great question. Investing question. I became an active investor and day swing trader this summer. When is the best season to buy stonks or long-term portfolios? I bought some things too high. So, never financial advice, but here's what I personally did. I chose the names that I liked. And I dollar cost averaged to them, depending on the stock, obviously. Apple, I was DCAing at about every $10, and that's worked out well for me. But what I do like is the seasonality component in investing. Go back and look at the last 4 years before the pandemic, and as well as during and then after. Fall, late summer seem to be times when the market sells off. It's not always the same time every year, but there seems to be that seasonality. Late summer, mid to early fall, we tank a little bit. And so if there are names that you like, that for me is a good time to get in. I got in late summer. I bought initially at the highs, not the all-time highs. Obviously, I started getting into Apple in the mid to low 180s, DCA'd again every $10, sell to that, and gave me a good cost basis on that bad boy. I personally like late summer, early fall. Obviously, that comes around once every 12 months. So, the best thing to do is to get in on dips if you like the name long term. Obviously, you really need to know the market conditions too. Like, keep your eye on what the Fed is doing, what rates are doing, the yields especially, because them and equities typically move in the inverse. I personally like that time of year, but you may feel differently about that. But go and have a look at the charts is what I'd say to you, and look for seasonality in some of the Mag 7 names or whatever you want to invest in. Don Vogon, how does DCA work? Dollar cost averaging. Well, dollar cost averaging essentially, is the premise that you're never going to be good enough to be able to time the tops and the bottoms. So if you like a name and the name is fundamentally sound, it's not just a technical trade, you get in at different levels. So you don't put your 100% position on the initial buy. What you're looking for is, you get in a third, say, a particular level. If it breaks a particular level, and then if it declines, say, a certain percentage or certain amount, something that you've already decided ahead of time, then you add, like, say, another 10%, 15%, whatever your strategy is going to be. Everybody DCA is a little bit different. The point is to try to get the best price you can using dollar cost averaging for the strongest names, okay? That is really the point here, because you can't be arrogant enough, or you shouldn't be arrogant enough to think that you're going to be able to top the tops and the bottoms, exactly. And so that's the whole point of DCA.
Yeah.
What is everybody else up to? I asked that question last time. And it says Andrew Salazar. All right, thank you. I have witnessed the fall being better time and got into the Big 7 around then. Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, that's personally what I see is the best time. This October-ish, September-ish time. I mean, every year it's a little bit different with respect to the specific time, but usually it is around that time of year.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of this Microsoft short that went against me. I noticed we're having a little bit of consolidation. It's not consolidation, but I guess we had a little bit of support here around this, or I guess resistance around this 374.20 area. So got to run 374.15. Then I was like, I kind of set it more, I guess about like 20, 30 cents for the out there, just because I don't like staying in positions too long. And usually for something like this, I would do as if it makes a higher high. But the thing is, the next higher high was $2 up from there. I guess a dollar plus up from where we were. So I was like, I don't really want to do that.
I guess
My
I'm
profit
just gonna
taker would have
finish out
been
the
at
year
this
where I'm at. I'm not gonna
373.60 area, because that
until
would have
the new
been
year.
where we would be making a lower low, but we never got there. So I did
Look at
not do that.
NVIDIA. Come on back up, baby.
so just looking at everybody in the chat. If there's anything you want us to look at, please let me know. Thank you to Brett Brandon in the chat. I love hearing y'all all day at work. I'm learning my way into swing trading, and although y'all are day trading, there is so much information y'all are putting out there that helps me. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. We're happy to help. We're just trading and, all exploring the markets and learning together. So, beautiful times. I think I saw some mentions of Lee Auto in the chat earlier, I think it was Renata mentioning Lee Auto. So let's look at Lee. Lee's an interesting one. I think earlier, we're still up on the day, which is striking given what a lot of these non-small cap names are doing right now. But look at Lee. Like, we have like these higher high. Earlier we were having higher lows, higher highs. Then around 10:30, that was kind of the highest high we made. We went lower here to this 37.26 area, so that was just slightly lower than we had a little bit of chop and churn here earlier, the 37.30, and then we've made a lower high. So I think it looks like we're moving down a little bit on Lee, but again, still much stronger than the rest of the market. And this failed selling here to the downside on this candle is of interest to me, this current candle we're in. So maybe Lee doesn't want to stick to the downside. We are up on the day, so it's definitely worth looking at here. Caleb English saying, isn't buying the dip the same thing as timing the bottom? You're just timing the bottom in a smaller time frame. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think I would also probably want you to like Sharif for other people's opinions on this, but yeah, I think from my understanding, I guess it's like you're wanting to buy, I guess where you're seeing some consolidation, where you're seeing a bit of a lower price action. To me, that makes sense. Definitely an interesting look here.
See the fuge? I was pleased as punch for getting out of that, because look at the fuge headed up here. But look, let's not celebrate here. I mean, we're not on a bull run or anything, but what I would say is keep your eye on 17,000 if you are really short inclined. Because look, we had a bit of a stop here at 17,000, and we got that bounce back up, and then the Huadunk ended up manifesting. And then once we broke below 17, we started doing the little wick dance from below 17, and then we ended up rejecting. So if we make our way up into 17,000, and we're only about 20 points away from that at the moment, I'm not saying it's short, but keep your eye on a possible rejection of 17,000 to the downside, guys, because we are moving up here on the future. Let's see what the Mag 7 names are doing. So Softy looks upwardly bound at the moment, so does NVIDIA. All of them really curling up here, but I'm trying to discern which one is the strongest of the bunch in terms of curling up. Well, NVIDIA bounced off 487.5, now knocking the door of 491, so that's a nice several dollar move there. Looks like the Amazon, oh my god, I'm distinctly different.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know. Oh boy. I love him. Where is he? Yeah, he's been killing it. The Katina Man's giggling too. He knows exactly
We
what
need
I'm
the oh
talking
boy
about.
button.
Yeah. He needs a couple of animations. He needs Confluence. He needs Distinctly Different. Google. Yeah, he needs a few. Yeah, he's good with that. I appreciate the Kenobi. Always making us chuckle.
Yeah.
Why no long positions, Brad Proc? Well, have you seen the move down? You must be one tough hearted soul, my man, because punching long right now is it's a little risky. We'll have a look. I mean, if we break 17,000 and we don't reject off it, then it might be a very interesting long at that point. But right now we're still below 17. We'll see what we do here. I kind of feel this is a little bit of a. And if you were telling me about the arm position, how was that going? It's still, the Katina Man is doing the dance here with arm. He's taking it long. He's trying. He got 74.50 level up. He's long at 75. The Katina Man is long ARM at 75, so he's about 20 pennies in the money or so. Let's see if that one can run back up, down 3%, but it's been an absolute rocket ship as of late, well over the IPO price, well over. And I'm not talking for anybody else, just in my recent memory, it's one of those, at least in 2022, 2023, it's one of those ones that actually went above the IPO price. Obviously, you go back into 2021, and the likes of Coinbase and Rivian and all these other names, obviously, like tripled above their IPO price, but we haven't seen that kind of action lately. So I'd like to see it on ARM, and I think it's fundamentally sound. It is a good company, and there's a lot of other companies that want to use its technology, so it's licensing it, and that's fantastic margins there. Noah, $9.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Noah, for your kindness. Thank you for doing the How to Trade show and teaching us, this English teacher, how to be a profitable part-time trader. God bless y'all from Houston. Have a prosperous new year, irregardless of the market. And he put it in caps. Bravo.
That's
Bravo.
a very sweet and very funny and all around
I love
entertaining
it.
super chat. We always appreciate the love.
Yes, absolutely. And make sure we start an entirely new How to Trade segment next week. What we will be talking about, how to find stocks to trade. We're going to be talking about scanners. We're going to be talking about watch lists. We're going to be talking about all the different utensils, the news catalyst blotter that we use, everything that Adair and I and the Katina Man and the Neil use on a daily basis to kind of figure out where, where should I be looking, what's popping off on the day. We're going to be talking about that next week. And I know a lot of people have been asking for that. They really want to know, where to find these stocks, especially the newer traders. More the established traders kind of have their own methodology. About that's what we're going to be talking about next week. So make sure to join Adair and I on Tuesday as we start off the new year, and hopefully a fantastic new year, Adair.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah, and I think I'm really excited about the watch list as well, because I do the watch list that we send out every morning, right? Everybody's gonna have their own watch list. Sean has a sticky note.
Oh yeah.
I think Obi also does a sticky note. So people have different, and Neil has his morning mix. Like the point I'm trying to make is everybody has their own form of watch list. And you're sure if you have all your charts, right? So everybody's gonna have their own watch list. But either way, it's like that's kind of the beauty of it, is you can come up with something that's tailored to you. And how you learn how to do that is by finding a way to cull through the herd of all these massive amounts of stocks, and picking like, this is the one I want. This is the one I'm looking at. You know what I mean? So I'm really excited to chat with everybody about the watch list. I also want to take a look at NIO. I saw some mentions of NIO in the chat here. So NIO is interesting. NIO's doing what a lot of these names are kind of doing right now, and it's like at kind of this big decisive point. Because I think NIO, much like these other names, much like what Mara was doing earlier, I need to see a higher high in order for me to know that this is actually reversing, because we are down about 4% on the day. Also, what makes me a skosh nervous with regards to a long case for NIO is look at these failed wicks to the upside.
Why is NIO tanking like this? And Lee and
Why is everything tanking?
both up.
That's
really weird.
A specific catalyst.
Oh,
I know
okay.
that with them, it's driver assistant, so I know that's why that's up. Lee, I could not find. NIO, not seeing anything. It might have been yesterday. It was strong, so it might have been like a pullback.
And it's not like a few amount of shares.
No.
It's like 43 million shares. Okay, a couple of a super chat here to get Jesse. Oh my goodness, 1999 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. God bless you. Spy puts printed for me. I'm out for today with $5,000 in profit. God bless you guys. You get a special spin the money. Shout out to you, Jesse. The more you print, the more we're happy, my man, because we're not here for ourselves. We're here for you guys. And anytime that we can add value, I think we're very happy there. Because right now, I'm pleased as punch that you got out, because we are curling up here on the future. Not aggressively, but we are stair-stepping our way up possibly into 17,000. As we get into that 16,
as we come into the noon hour,
69 low 8s.
We're going to continue to let these guys run. I'm going to grab myself some lunch here.
Hope the option trading section will be coming soon. My man, I gotta tell you, it ain't gonna be me teaching options. I don't know anything about options, and I'm not gonna teach anything that's outside my wheelhouse. So if we're gonna do an options week, it's not gonna be me. We're gonna have to bring a guest on to teach you that. Hopefully we will do something like that, but we will have algos for you in the new year. We'll be having many different guests of all kinds, futures traders, more futures traders,
going over the Candlestick
that will be
Bible,
gracing us with their presence and giving us very good insight. Nick Dubb, Sharif, can you look at ACI, which is Albertsons? I feel like it could make a big move up in here in the coming weeks with earnings similar to Costco. My man, I am well versed in Albertsons because the stock father, shout out to Mark Roberts, a former guest on the show, did suggest 3 stocks in November 2021 for inflation. They were as follows: Costco, Walmart, and Albertsons. I made money on all three, and I'm always going to shout out Mark Roberts for that. And Albertsons was one of those ones I made money on, so let's have a look at Albertsons. Here is the look. So, obviously, you can see the highs here in November. This is what I was talking about with the Mark Roberts call in and around there, and this was a great move at that time. A bit of a double top here on Albertsons at $38, and it's been down and to the right since that time. We did base out though with an obvious area of support at $20, and that $20 support, Adara, has held up for over a year. November 2022 was when we made the big quadunk from that 32 down into that 20 area, and 20 has held not every single time. Like you can see, there's a 19 print here back in March, but for all intents and purposes, $20 is support. Now, what do we see on a more recent basis? So this is the 1 year look here on ACI, and let's go ahead and put the ticker. Because what I see here, Adara, are higher lows and higher highs. Not by much, right? Which is not really what I'm trying to say. Look at this. So you got a higher low, higher low, higher low, and you're getting the higher highs.
Indeed.
But you need this $23 flat top that we've been dealing with for a little bit of time here to break above this $24 flat top. So not much in the way of range, but I do like it. I think it is a nice look. Let's see when this one is reporting, because you said the earnings was coming soon. So I'm going to load up Trade Idea. Shout out to the Nos Boss and his boys, and we're going to find out exactly when ACI reports in the new year. Let's go ahead and pull up this bad boy. Give me one moment, please, as it loads up. There we go. All right. So ACI, Albertsons, they do report earnings date January 9th, very soon. Thank you for that. So that is next month, not this Monday coming up. That's the 3rd. The subsequent Monday after that, it will report short float, negligible, 5.4%. Yeah, that's not really kind of relevant data for a company like Albertsons. I mean, fundamentally, I haven't looked into the company in quite some time because I haven't been invested in it. But, you know, technically, it's a good look here with higher highs and higher lows. It holds that $20 support level, and you're getting that incremental move up. So I do like it from a technical sense.
Yeah.
Alex Davis, alrighty. Have to try and go get some gains to try and look. Okay, come on, bro. You probably look 100 times better than me, but do you? If you, look, I've been in the gym for like 22 years, and every year there's a huge influx of people in January who are no longer around in February. Don't be one of those people. Be that person that shows up in March. That's all I'll say to that, okay?
Saying of the week. Yeah.
Be that person who still shows up in March.
Make those gains.
There you go, baby. All right, what are you looking over there, Adair?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna really shock you. There's gonna be a plot twist that I'm looking at Tesla. I know that's like the big shock of the day. No, I'm joking. But I'm not joking about looking at Tesla. I am looking at Tesla. I'm trying to scalpulate here. I'm looking for a point of entry because I think what we do here at 249.50 is gonna be incredibly pivotal. 249.50 is where it's kind of where I got in the short, but that's not why it's important. It's important because this is where we had that big fall to the downside, right? Not the initial fall, mind you, but that second big swoop to the downside. So I think that is a really interesting area. It looks like we're consolidating a bit here. We got up to about 249.75 and then fell back down to 249.50. So I want to see what we do here will make the difference if we get in a long or a short. Either way, I would like to be stepping into this Model Y. So I just need a reason as to why and in what direction there. Also, Kim in the chat asking, what was the catalyst for this huge move down in crypto stocks? I will tell you, I was looking into this a little bit earlier. Sharif was also, looking into this as well. But with crypto, we did have the miners.
Yeah.
It was, I believe,
Here it
I'm
is,
gonna pull
right
this.
there. I got it.
Thank you.
It's right here. Bitcoin miners, Adara, offload 129 milli in Bitcoin in one day, sending reserves to their lowest point in May. Miners include the likes of Riot, Mara, CLSK. I forget the name of CLSK. CLSK is called CleanSpark.
Oh yeah,
CleanSpark. Yeah. So the reason why I like this whole clean mix with crypto is because they use a lot of non-clean energy initially to mine. It's very energy demanding, and so there was this big push to either find areas with really cheap energy. So a lot of them were going to China. because they use a lot of coal plants there. A lot of people have moved to Texas because energy is a lot cheaper in Texas, whereas it's more expensive in California.
Yeah,
So there's
makes
been this like move to find, number one, cheap energy, and or number two, if you really want to kind of get a certain ESG crowd on your favor, to find clean energy to mine with. And so there's been like that kind of push. That's why we hear a lot of energy related stuff with crypto.
That's interesting. Yeah, no, and I remember reading about that a while back with regards to Mara, when it was kind of getting some new, because it did get some new mining operation facilities, and that was a big
Right.
theme for Mara this year. I did read a little bit about that, so I appreciate you going over that. I want to learn more about Bitcoin mining because it's a really Bitcoin mining, not Bitcoin mining, Bitcoin.
People do it in
mining,
their
'cause I think
condos. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting thing that I don't know enough about.
Katina Man does it in his garage. Did.
Did.
Yeah. The Chilean Nightmare knows all about crypto. He's all in that
Yeah,
life.
no, I was talking to Fabian about crypto earlier today, and it was like, I do not know what I'm talking about as much. But yeah, no, Fabian knows his crypto.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I want to look at AMD here, not at all related to crypto, but I think Susanna Pena mentioning AMD in the chat, some other people mentioning AMD in the chat. So let's mention AMD. Yeah, look at this one. So AMD, sort of a double top here. Right after open, we made the first top of this 150.70 area, 940. Then we made the second top around 150.73. So more or less the same area. One thing I really like that we talked about when we were doing double tops and double bottoms is that you said they don't have to be exactly the top or bottom, the exact same, as long as there's like, some closeness. I mean, these clearly are pretty much more or less about a double top here.
Yes, ma'am.
More or less. Then we careened
Is that
to
the 5 or the 3?
This is the 5.
Yeah, that's a good look. That's a real good
Thank
look.
you. Yeah, because I know the 3 minutes is a little bit of shorter time period. So yeah, we careened to the downside, made a lower low, made a little bit of a lower high, lower low. Now we've seen a higher high. So is AMD doing a reversal? I'm gonna have to wait for a little bit more confirmation there. I would like to see, we are above this 9 EMA, so I like that. But what I would like more is if we see a higher high, or if because I think that would be more confirmation for me that it's a long, and then I could jump in there, go in with these chip names over here. Another chip name of interest that I think is a bit more decisive at this point than AMD is look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is like the little engine that could over here. We are making a move to the upside. We are fast. We are furious. And I want to see what we do at 192.60. Why? Because that was honestly one of the last green candles that we had before making that big plummet to the downside. I think that could be an area of interest. Like I said, I always want to see, if I want confirmation for a long, I want to see higher highs, I want to see higher lows. For a short, I want the opposite. NVIDIA to me looks really good, but I want a little bit more confirmation before I dip my toe into that pond. And that's that on that.
I like, and that's that.
Thank you.
The Katina Man is still holding his arm
Already
long
dipped
off that
my toe
75,
in
and
there.
I'm going to participate in this arm
that's a good
long.
look.
I got in a really small position over here. I'm looking to add on the break or the breakdown into the 30s. I want to see if this particular level will hold. We'll see. We're just wetting our beak really small here just to kind of keep things interesting so people don't complain that we're not trading.
I'm trying to get in the trade now.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm looking to add at the 30s, and here we go. We're gonna add a little bit over here, and yeah, we're gonna have to fix that anyway. Looking to add at this particular area, and for a move up possibly into around that 76 area. That's gonna be the goal for that. The out for me though, the end of the trade, because I didn't get in where Sean got in. He got in around 75. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna actually take this out if it breaks 75 to the south side, right? So we're long at the $0.50, so we're gonna risk about 50 pennies. We're gonna do a 1-to-1 here on ARM, looking for that 76, and the out will be 75 on ARM. But the market looking like, at least for now, here it is, rejecting before it even got to 17.1. I think the highest point here it got to was 16.992, and now we're back down 20 points. Look at it, headed south in a hurry, back into that low 70s area on the future. So the market, it's basically saying, no, we're not going up today. Yeah, I know. I just finished talking about it. Yeah.
He's like, how dare you? Check on it.
Right? So this is what we're doing today, and
We're $16 down.
the Katina Man has got 50%
So-
position left. He got some out at the 30s, 75
That's half of
30s,
this,
and some at 75
half the
50s. So
position.
anybody following along with the Katina Mans trade, he's already wet his beak a couple of times. 75.15 average price for
Down
ARM
$21 and
Katina Mans trade there. But
18
all I see, Adara, is like a sea of red on my watch list.
Ooh, indeed.
Save
No
and
doubt.
except for Chinese ADRs, a lot of them are green. Not all, a lot. Baba is red, Neo is red, and then you have a couple of the solar names. Jinko Solar and DQ are also red. Woo! ARM is coming down. All right, so it's time for me to be careful here.
I might have
The
to get
Katina
out
Man's
at $5
reloading at
on
this level.
NVIDIA.
Okay? So 75 incoming. Let's see what we get here on 75. Is 75 going to act as a level of support on this? Yeah, that was a nice pop up right there, right back into the 20s. We'll see what we get on ARM.
Yeah, so you guys are strong, long arming the market, I guess, or strong arming the market. Might as well. Neil made a
shoulda
similar
known.
one in our chat yesterday, and so I saw that and I was like, you should have known. Yeah, come on.
Should have known better.
But yeah, so I'm also in a trade because we got to be trading up in here. ABT always be trading. No,
Oh, I like
ABC
that.
always be closing.
Always be
Oh, thank
closing.
you.
ABT. I love it.
But yeah, go ahead.
The English,
you know, it's open news here. But
Ebonics.
so I got it at 249 for this Tesla short. I don't dislike this short, mind you, but I'm always
That's
a little bit of, you know, a
$16,
nervous
man.
Nelly when I trade. I want to make sure,
Come on.
especially with something like Tesla that will move in whatever direction it wants to move. You know what I mean? So I mean, we're pretty stable around this 249. Part of that makes me happy that we're not going decisively higher. The other part of me is a little bit nervous that I'm like, but we need to go lower too. I have 2 beak wetters set up here. My first is around that 248.50. Like I said, I like kind of full dollar levels, even dollar levels, or half dollar levels. The rest of my beak wetter, I guess the rest of my position out would be around the 248 because that was definitely an area where we had a lot of chop and turn earlier. That being said, I have no idea if we'll get to either point.
close
I'm
this
just keeping
one.
my eye on that tape because
I don't know,
that's
which
what
one should I
do.
close?
I look
The
at
one
tape,
that's
I see where we're
$16
having
in the
some,
red,
I guess a
or
little
the
bit of
one that's
resistance here.
$5
But no,
in
this
the
249 is holding to a degree that's making me a little bit nervous. It's going to become a new area of support. But you know what? Honestly, this was a lower high. Like when you look at where we close in the candles, it's a lower high,
can't
right?
even
So I'm
get
not going to
in.
complain about my
I
point of
don't
entry
have
on this
enough
or
margin.
things moving down.
Yeah,
I'm
ARM is knock on the
losing
door
more.
of 75, so this might be a bit of a loser here as we come down into that level. You know, we're very light, 3 positions, each one with the minimum shareage. So here we go, 75.02, awfully close to getting stopped out on ARM as we now break down on the bid below 70. Let's see if we'll give it a few more seconds here to see if 75 does act as a level of support, but I don't expect like exact dollar holds. But let's see if we get a move up nonetheless. I really am doubting any of the longs today. You be looking short, everything.
Right.
Masa Almode. Hi, hello. Big Kyle Burdett. Happy New Year's to you all. Let's give up 4,800 on the ES. You know what I got happening. I know what you're thinking, Kyle. Short, future short trader extraordinaire. Hope you print. Obviously, we're getting a lot of weakness today on the future. Can't really reclaim 17,000, so we'll see how we do. Benton, Sharif, how did Arsenal lose that game yesterday? Okay, before I tell you about that, I'm going to tell you that I'm out of arms,
How'd
so
the
that ends
Pistons
up being
lose
loser.
that game
Okay.
yesterday?
I need to know. A little positive on the day, so it's okay. Look, man, I don't know how they lost, especially with how well that they played at the Emirates in 2023. It's kind of a shame to lose the last game at the Emirates of the year. I mean, especially in that way. We were 1-8
even supposed to go
favorites
past
too
that
to beat
line.
West Ham, and West Ham hasn't
They
played
need to
well
have
at
a
all
stop
away
and
from
all that
home. They played
stuff,
well
but-
in London Stadium, but eek. That's all I can say. That I didn't actually watch a game, by the way, because I was out with my sister and my niece and nephew who are visiting. So
That's fun.
yeah, that was a lot of fun. Nick Sanders says Liverpool. Yep, Neil will be pleased with your comments. I still have my reservations about Liverpool. I think their defense probably is not up to up to snuff, whatever. We'll see. That Konate and Van Dijk partnership is interesting. I just don't know how well they're going to do. Sharif, do you bet on football? No, I don't bet on any sports whatsoever. I don't really have the inclination to. I'm just interested for the sake of, I'm just interested in the sport itself. I don't need to be kind of enticed using betting and stuff like that. Just not my thing, not disrespecting it, obviously. A lot of people have A lot of people bet and they do well on it, guys. Crypto is absolute Redsville. Mara is down 15% and a half. Riot 12 and a half. CLSK 17 and a third. Coinbase 7 and a half. MicroStrategies almost 6. Wow. Wowzers, that's all I can say to that. So
Wowzers.
yeah.
What is going on?
Shout out to Inspector
This is
Gadget.
supposed
A lot
to
of
be the,
red
like, the
in
end of the
crypto,
year,
but
man.
that's normal because we've been absolutely flying to the high side. As of late, Affirm also having a bad day, 5 2/3 to the downside. Upstart 8.5% to the downside on Upstart.
get
Jeez
my
Louise,
Coinbase
a lot is red. I'm just looking for any outlying names here on my watch list on the side, but that's about it. Oh,
Yeah.
by the way, guys, I leave today at 1, so Obi is nice enough to fill take my spot from 1 to 2, and then he jumps on again with the Katina Man on the closing show.
Yeah, very busy man. Yeah, thank you very much to Obi for filling in here and doing like double duty at this point. But yeah, we should have some good conversations. Maybe we'll look at some Amazon. Who knows? Who could guess? We'll find out. But yeah, right now I'm also trying to find out what Tesla wants to be when it grows up. And so yeah, there's really interesting point here in the chat here. Let me find it. Jacobo Rivero saying, Adara, not a good idea, that short, look at that head and shoulders inverted. Yes, that's actually a good point. I do see what you mean about there is a little bit of a potential neckline of that 249.50, but my area of an out is always going to be that 249.50 is like a stop, because I get nervous when I see stuff like this. Like, I appreciate you putting that out for me, Jacobo, but I have to say I still like the look of this short as long as we keep rejecting off that 249.50, which we have with the Vengeance. Now we're back kind of below my point of entry, right? So I do appreciate you bringing that up, though. That's something I should have looked at myself, because sometimes these chart patterns, they don't always come to fruition, but it's always good to kind of be cognizant of them. So I do appreciate you bringing that one up there. I do like the, yeah, I like the look of this short still for now. But it doesn't look like we really want to see that break above 249.50. And these failed wicks earlier above that 249.50 make me feel pretty happy. Harry Lou in the chat, Adara and Obi.
Yeah, I saw that.
I figured
Hilarious.
2 Punishers together today. Yeah, I mean, we definitely pun, the two of us, for sure. I know at one point there was a, I think this is when it was Neil and Obi on the big desk. There was about like, you know, who does better puns, Obi or Adara? And I think Obi won. I think Obi's puns are very solid as well. I've told him this. So yeah, I mean, I think we'll be having a good time. Lots of pun happening the rest of this vintage show. Fugazi Bear, 199 super chat. Thank you so much. Thanks for the coin alert. $sign. Well, yeah, we hope you're raking in those $signs with that coin. So always happy to be here and spread the news. Like Sharif says, like, we're here for everybody, right? Like, we're here to just make sure people are making Lado. Yeah, let's look at coin actually, because Tesla's still percolating here, still baking. I have nothing to say on that. Yeah, coin's a really, look at this kind of bottom on coin, this 171.36. Will we break above it? Will we transcend? Will we move up? Will we move down? Yeah, I have to admit, I'm very curious about coin right now. I want to look at Mara again as well, because I've been looking at Mara occasionally here. Oh yeah, okay, Mara's still, I keep forgetting Mara's on my side chart. Like, calm down, Adara. But yeah, we do have, because yeah, I do have my little, I'm gonna pull up my Mara side chart. This is my, see, he's right here, and I kept ignoring it. But yeah, so Mara looking like we're seeing a bit of consolidation here, this 2351 area. We're gonna have to see what occurs. But yeah, I mean, definitely the general theme for Mara, lower lows, lower highs. To the downside is Mara digging a hole for itself in its Bitcoin mining. You know, that was kind of a weak pun.
That's okay.
There we go. Bit of weak sauce, but you know. Here we go. Let me see what else. Yeah, this is so funny. Jordan Rotenberg saying you made a pun admitting pun defeat. Obi-Wan. I didn't even think of that. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's too much.
Well, thank you. Some people in the chat mentioning this one too. Yeah, I mean, that was not intentional. Look at that. Also, Mas Ala Mode saying, can we take another look at TSM? I'm thinking about exiting my short now. Yeah, for sure. We have not looked at TSM today, to my knowledge. Have you looked at TSM today?
No, I rarely ever look at TSM. It's on Nicely.
Thank you. Sorry, because my chart closed down and to reopen, it's doing weird things about the auto typing. But here we go. Yeah, TSM, I can look at it wider term because I'm guessing that's what you are referring to here. But yeah, look at this. We were kind of making this move to the downside earlier. Then at open, we had this really nice consolidation. Fell with a vengeance, just like everything else. We did make a higher high on this one, though, so we'll have to see. Are we going to make a higher low as well? Interesting look on the day. Let's look at the daily chart here. Daily chart for TSM looking, I have to say, mighty fine. Let me zoom out a little. Oh, hello. Yeah, I mean, what's interesting though is it looks like we're not going to make this higher high of this 106, because this was our earlier high, right? We had this 106. Before getting to 106, we kind of fell down to that 105. Now we are around that 104 area, right? So this is kind of an interesting look. Let's see where we go from here, because we did also have a bit of a double bottom at the 86 that we moved up from, right? So we're sort of still in an upward channel. But I do think that failure of that 106 is interesting and something to keep in mind here, especially since you mentioned you're short. Again, we do not do advice, but I will say it's an interesting look here. Moss Alamo saying, thank you for that. Sharif also said the chart was interesting yesterday.
Interesting. Okay. Tarksa, Adara, Sharif, 11B in options today for BTC is causing this as well. I don't know what that is. Can you explain what that is? 11B?
11 billion and oh yeah, that's
11 billion
option
in
we were talking about
options.
yesterday.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Oh, really? Okay. I had no idea that there was an unusual options activity on BTC. Guys, I'm completely illiterate when it comes to. Well, not completely illiterate. I get the basics, but I'm not good at it at all. And I should really expand my game to look at unusual options activity. I know a lot of traders do that. They look for whales to kind of show their hand by buying or selling options in a certain direction, and then kind of using that as the basis for entering an exit trade and exiting trades. So yeah, I definitely should be a little bit better. People dumping Tesla, says that'll be Peter. Yes, Tesla rejecting off that 250 level at the moment. I'm involved in this NVIDIA long at that 491 area, kind of moved up, basing out at this area, looking for a move up into that 492. We'll see what we get on NVDA. We've kind of stalled out in our descent on the future, kind of holding up above that 16,950. We're in the 60s now. Let's see if we get a mean reversion back into 17,000. If we do, NVIDIA probably runs a little bit to the north side. So we'll see what we get on NVIDIA. Very small positions though today, guys. Not taking anything at all big because, well, you see what's happening today. So especially on the longs, maybe you can really size up on the shorts, but I feel like it's extended to the downside already. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like I mentioned earlier, Chinese ADR is quite strong. The strongest of the bunch in ADR world today has to be XBEV up over 3%. And then you have TME as well, Tencent up big, Tencent Music, TME. Then there is obviously the other Tencent, TCHE, that's not the one I'm talking about. NTES, NetEase up 4 3/4. Ooh. Yeah, and NetEase and Tencent were absolutely destroyed earlier this week, and I believe into last week as well, as there was that negative headline coming out of China with respect to gaming and regulations and stuff. So those got absolutely destroyed. They're running up today though. So some good, if you're looking for something long, Chinese ADRs, at least on my watch list, are green at the moment. What else is green? Is energy green? Now, well, oil's up 0.5%, but the equities really aren't following. Moving down, I'm looking to see what else is green as a sector, not individually. Uranium, all green in uranium world. I can't believe CCJ is at $43. That was like the missed trade of the year.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's too bad for me, but whatever. Yeah, that's basically it. Now we're doing this dance at 491 on NVIDIA. Looking for the move back at least into the $0.50. I've got a beak wetter here at the $0.25, and then we're going to be looking for that 92 prints. But it looks like it's moving to the side. Like, here's the thing though on NVDA, it's really straddling S2 from the downside. So now it's finding resistance at S2 after breaking down below it. So looking for a clearing of this level over here, kind of a random level to really stall out at that 491.5, 491-ish area, but we'll see. We'll see if we get continuity. Breaking down now again into 490.60.
Yeah, no, I think certainly an interesting look. I think that NVIDIA long looks very pretty.
Well,
indeed.
right now it's making me second guess it.
That's
but-
yeah, it's always hard, but I feel like the setup for it, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
is decent for sure. This Tesla, I'm about to get my first big winner in this Tesla short. If this Cybertruck continues to drive off that highway, please, please, please. Not in general, obviously, like my hypothetical metaphorical Cybertruck in which I'm driving at this grade. Not down for cars crashing. Should clarify that there. Also. There were some nice puns I was seeing here about your options comment. Here we go. Darwin saying, can't always be a jack of all trades. I liked that. And then Roger saying, jack of all trades and a master of none. I like a good pun. I think it's very solid times. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, you know, people have different things they're good at. Like, I know you really follow the NQ futures, right? So that's what you do. I mean, Obi really follows his Amazon. Like, everybody's going to have different I guess, types of assets or types of equities that you're more comfortable in or that you trade better at. I mean, I'm still learning. I'm still in the sim. I'm just trying to get a sense of anything, right? So, but I'm excited. It's like interesting and kind of comforting to know that everybody has different things they specialize in, and that they kind of work on and get good at. They're here too. Shannon W saying Mara will go under 20 next week. I said that kind of shouty because it's in all caps. So very, very serious stuff over here. Yeah, Mara. I mean, I don't want to make any like crazy predictions here, but Mara definitely on the day looks like it is heading. I mean, I was gonna say heading to the downside, but it's down. Ooh, look at these last two daily candles on Mara. That is that is marked. That is a marked move to the downside. Oh, wow. I have to say. And it's interesting too because we had that, but we came out of this really nice move to the upside. This was like all parabolic. Yeah, we from October, I guess when all the stocks started to have their November to remember, we had Mara follow suit, run to the upside here. So really, really good look, I have to say, for Mara. In terms of it being under 20, I would say this 20 area is kind of interesting too, because that was where we had a bit of a top out around July 2023, and also almost a double top. This one was slightly lower this August 2022. But yeah, I think either way, this 1920 area could be interesting. And with the rate with which Mara is dumping, could be possible. But you know, there's a new year, new day. We're gonna have to see what occurs. But yeah, I will definitely keep an eye on this with regards to Mara. Tesla also looks like, unfortunately, we're picking up a little bit here on, where is this? Yeah, Tesla looks like it's picking up a little bit off of that 248.50, much to my deepest chagrin, but we're gonna have to see what occurs here. Don't mind the short though. Like I said, we did have that failure off of that 249.50 and then that 249 that I was hoping for. So we're gonna wait and see. I might change some beak wetters to use a Sharifism here. But yeah, I like how this is going. I like how it's going. We got out of NVIDIA?
Yeah, no good. CING, people are yelling in the chat. Let's have a look at CING. Any day. So why am I looking at this again? Down 10%. Let's see the 5-minute look here. Popping up a little bit now. Okay, I see. Nice little move up off that $7. I guess it gapped down aggressively. I mean, I don't know. What's the volume on CING? 2.13 million. I mean, I think it did a lot more than that the last little bit, right? Let's see what the daily was yesterday. So yesterday we did about, 50 million shares of volume. The day prior to that, sorry. Yesterday we did 22 million shares. Today we've done 1.8. So yeah, it's not going to be for me. I got to tell you the truth. I'm going to stay clear of that one on CING, but it's a nice move up. Higher highs, higher lows. Looking to break through that 9. A lot of wicks on this one. Be careful. The float though is 685,000 shares. So can absolutely be flung around in one direction or the next, so be careful with that. I don't really have any trades on at the moment. Nothing really here for me. Gave back, everything that I made on the future. Now I'm flat on the day, so was up. Yeah, that's what happens when you overtrade, but that's just the way it is around here. Yeah, that's it. Everything curling back.
I'm glad
down.
I'm not the only one.
So Apple broke down below 192 again. The future right back at 16,950. Google right at 139, I should say. Sorry.
Google.
My voice. Amazon on the way back down to 151 possibly. It's at the $0.50 area. and likewise with Meta 352 area incoming possibly. SNTG, any thoughts on this move today? Yeah, we talked a little bit about it earlier. Let me flip back from CING here.
About.
SNTG,
He said about.
this one's a
About.
rocket ship,
About.
over 300%. This is the 5-minute look here. It looks like we definitely made several 5-minute candles to make new highs, and we're coming into that $8 area again. That is where we had a lot of resistance on SNTG, that $8. Sure, we got into that almost 850, but look where the closing prints are. They're all at that 7 3/4 area, but we're moving right back up on SNTG right now, 325%. Very short float, 1 million shares. Be careful with this one. Picky Eater bears back from lunch. It looks like it, man. It looks like we are headed to the downside today. Mo, Sharif, ADTX. I did see that one
Yeah,
earlier.
this one was on, I believe I had this on the small cap recap. This one is a wicked short float. It's
Yeah.
like 45% short float or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a
I
lot.
took
Here's
that
a look on
$6 off.
ADTX. This one popped up into 8.5. Now we're doing the dance with no pants here at 6 1/3, I believe. Let me just move down so that I can get it updated. There we go. Into 6 1/5. To me, it's a no-go, and I'll tell you why. It's below VWAP. The only move for me on this one would have been the break of the pre-market high. I would have had an order at 9:30 for 1 penny above 750, let's say 751, and I would have taken it probably for a 50 penny winner. But I would not trade this right now to the long side, maybe to the short side, especially if you break $6. That'd be a nice flat bottom break because you are finding some support at $6. So if you're able to secure shorts on ADTX, which probably many of you are, IBKR has them. So if IBKR has them, then anybody literally has them, because IBKR is the worst for providing shorts. Shep, do better, Interactive Brokers. You suck for shorts. You're good for other stuff. You're
One of
not
the
great for
funniest
shorts.
shadows I've ever heard.
Yeah, I
Shep
know.
to do better.
Do better. Yeah,
Yeah.
$6 flat bottom break would be nice on ADTX. I personally wouldn't take it north though until it reclaims that 7 1/3, 7 1/4 area.
I'm
above
eating
VWAP.
pineapples, so
That's just
sorry.
my rule, but I mean, you could probably do a lot better if you did it your own way. And that's just what I have to say about that. Not much else to talk about here, except maybe the future.
It's lunchtime.
I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the
1 p.m. we'll start our
950
session
area.
looking
I'm looking
over
for a
at the,
possible double bottom here, and I won't be one of the first people to
Candlestick
jump in on the
Bible.
backside. I'm going to wait for the break of the neckline to really participate, but I probably won't because I only have half an hour left.
That's true.
Before I got a boogie going skiing, baby.
Ooh.
Yep. Going up north. We're going to do some skiing. We got a nice
you're in
little
Canada.
lodge that we rented.
That sounds really
Yeah, I'm kind of pumped about that. I haven't skied in all year. Well, apparently Brendo just came back from the same area that I'm going to, and he was like, "There's no snow up there. Obviously, snow machines on the hills, but it's never really as good as real snow because
Yeah.
it's not packed in and stuff." So
That's
I
cool.
am pumped. I might actually snowboard. I don't know. I haven't decided. I haven't snowboarded in 10 years. Can I tell you why?
Please tell me, yeah.
You have your plant foot, obviously, for snowboarding,
Yeah.
right? The one that you plant and then you try to maneuver with. So I find one leg gets really, really exhausted and the other leg is not tired at all.
That's-
And as a person who works out a lot, all I'm thinking is one leg is getting a workout and the other isn't. I'm creating inconsistencies and disparities in my body. I want nothing to do with this, right?
I love that that's your thought. I was gonna thought it was gonna be
Right?
like, oh, your one
Switch.
leg is getting more sore than the other. No, you're
No, I don't care.
from
Let
your
it get
left to
sore,
your
but
right.
There was going to be no, yeah. So anyway, I'm a little crazy.
Really funny.
Don't mind me. But anyway, that's why I like
Yeah.
skiing because each leg is obviously individual.
Yeah,
and-
no,
yeah.
skiing is.
Then switch goofy-footed.
hard.
I've never tried that. I don't want to try with my. I want to keep my lead foot as the lead foot, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Skiing is easier to learn, harder to master. Snowboarding is the reverse. Interesting. I've never heard it put like that. Sharif, like the dude and the lady in the water when he snowboards. Man, I'll snowboard you any day. I'll run circles around you, boy. Could you look, please, at ESPR? Sure, let's go. ESPR. Let's have a look at that. What do we got on ESPR? I haven't seen this one today. Let's switch
It's
this
an
one.
interesting recovery for sure.
Esper.
For
What do we got here? Okay. First and foremost, what does this company do? So this company is Esperion Therapeutics, pharma company focus on developing, commercializing oral once-a-day non-statin medicines for patients struggling with elevated low-density lipoprotein cholesterol, LDL, in other words. Company profile, 113 million share float, $350-ish million market cap. Let's look at the daily. Ooh, nice little run up lately. Not a bad look there at all. Kind of based out sub $1 at that 80 penny, let's say 70 penny area. And it's been stair-stepping its way to the north side through $1, no problem. Now into that $3 area, breaking through the 200 EMA. Now the 50 is pointing north. This is a great look on this particular name. I like this. Zooming out though, we were coming from a long way up. Look at this July 2020 area. We're at $50. So needless to say, right, that we have a long way to move. Now, with respect to resistance, there's really nothing standing in our way until we get into that $5, $5.50 area. That is a kind of the consolidation bottom that we made from December of last year into around early March of this year. And then we kind of huadunked. You could tell this was probably earnings here on March 16th as the amount of volume and the price action typically kind of tip that hand a little bit. So I'd say you're in the clear until you get to 5, 5.5, and then you may encounter some resistance there. So, Bitcoin, Katinaman just pointed out the fact that Bitstonk is at 41,800, down 1.5%, and we've also given up the ghost.
Well, since the
Ethereum
market is
at
really
2,300. We're at below.
I'm going to
2,300
take
now.
this time
Two
to
and
get
a third
ready
percent
for
to
the
downside
session.
on Ethereum.
I'll be back at
1.5
1
to
o'clock
the downside
to
on Bitcoin. On decent volume on Ethereum. The mining.
I'll be back at 1 p.m. to go into our session of learning from the
Thinking right now to punch short on the future on this move back
boy.
up, and you know, I talked myself out of it, feeling maybe that move was extended.
What
It doesn't
happened?
look like it's extended. I just finished telling myself we have some support at.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay, now that we've turned that down, I'll be back. I'll restream, and if you want to read along with me in the Candlestick Bible, I'll be doing that. I've got to make a post on Facebook, and I got to get the screens ready and stuff like that. So I do appreciate you sitting in on the morning session. Everything is in the red. I'm in the red, and we're hoping for a pullback. We're gonna just hey, this is trading like they're explaining. This is why I like to broadcast that specific platform on my channel, so that way, instead of joining me to say, here's a book and there you go. No, you're going to learn. We're going to learn together. We're going to hear from professional traders that trade on a day. They're day traders, but they all, like she said, they all have their different skills and what they do. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock. And I do appreciate you tuning in here to the Living Legacy Group. Remember, like and subscribe.